If you can't hear the heart of the giant panda, it's easy to be deceived by appearances. Wen Youning continued to shake the bamboo in her hand while not forgetting to tell the viewers in the live stream. Most of the time, showing teeth represents impatience. You shouldn't learn anything from my actions. It's very dangerous, you know. Fusiya. You still know the danger. Is this the time to say this? In such a tense and exciting atmosphere, Teacher Wen is still thinking of us. She really makes me cry to death. While everyone held their breath, waiting for the next move of the giant panda. The giant panda has not moved. The face that is baring its teeth is tired, but the person in front just won't drop the bamboo and run. Why aren't they running yet? Isn't it scary? The giant panda perplexedly rubs its own face. It's quite scary. Not scary. Wen Youning noticed that the giant panda seemed to often scare people like this, then eat the bamboo they dropped with a very skilled demeanor, smiling and teasing it. I don't think you're scary. Giant panda. Howl woof ow. There's a ghost. I didn't speak. Someone is talking to me. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Wen Youning saw that it wouldn't come over, so she took a step back and threw a piece of bamboo first, letting the giant panda eat it. Have some bamboo, it's very fresh and delicious. The giant panda called out for half a day, but as soon as the bamboo came down, it immediately went silent. In this vast world, eating bamboo is the most important. There isn't much wild bamboo here. For fresh and tender ones like this, timing is crucial, or you can only gnaw on the old ones. The giant panda hugged the bamboo and took a bite. Delicious. Crispy. The tender bamboo specially selected for the warm grapefruit lemon is soft enough for anyone to bite, but people won't find it delicious. Is it delicious? Do you like it? Do you want more? Then if you eat my food, it means you agree that I've taken your pulse right. The giant panda stuffed its mouth full of bamboo, and a series of questions came pouring down. It only kept nodding so quickly that by the time it realized what the person in front of it had said, it had already nodded. The giant panda's mouth slightly opened, and one could faintly see the bamboo that had not been fully chewed. Something's not right. Whatever, eat first. LOL, the giant panda stunned. Don't even mention the giant panda. With these few questions coming one after another, I almost couldn't react. Woo woo woo, help, it's so cute. How can its expressions be so lively, little babe? Please let me give it a kiss. Wen Youning took 2 bamboo sticks and gradually approached the giant panda. Fusia wanted to stop them, but Zhao Zi pulled her back first. Do you know? I know, I trust Teacher Wen's judgment. Before the words left her mouth, Wen Youning's hand was already reaching out towards the giant panda, while the other hand touched the panda's ear. Fusia's vision went dark. I don't believe it. When rescuing wild giant pandas, there are always specialists who grasp the panda's ears to prevent it from suddenly attacking. But that is after a small dose of anesthesia has been administered. Did you just reach out without anesthesia now? The giant panda turned back to give you a bite while eating bamboo, and the hand was lost. Fortunately, there are more preferred bamboo in its embrace. The giant panda seems to show little interest in Wen Youning. The distance left by Wen Youning is safe enough. Even if the giant panda suddenly attacks, she can retreat to a safe position before it pounces on her. The location of this giant panda is not far from the village at the foot of the mountain. It is not uncommon for it to frequently go to the villagers' homes to scrounge for food and drink. The giant panda's nose twitched, eating happily, and couldn't help but lean in to sniff the sweet pomelo. Compared to bamboo, this person smells quite strange. Fragrant. I want to cuddle. A national treasure. If you want it, then you should get it. It tilted its head without hesitation. Its ears brushed against Wen Youning's face, and it nudged her a bit before happily leaning against the big tree to eat bamboo. Happy. Wen Youning was still focused on feeding and didn't realize what the panda wanted as it approached. Her face softened before she realized. Was she being cuddled by the giant panda? She handed over the bamboo with a mix of crying and laughing. "You're eating my bamboo and still cuddling me, that's too much." Awa, the giant panda, blinked its eyes, seemingly taking in Wen Youning's words. It put down the half-eaten bamboo and turned to face the big tree, appearing to shut down and not say a word. Wen Youning was playing with the panda, but unexpectedly it didn't even eat bamboo. She hurried over to comfort it, saying, "I was just joking, let me pet you, Haha, giant panda, got it. So cute. Yes, I'm talking about the two of you. The two in the back are like statues, they made me laugh to death." Woo! The giant panda scratched the ground for a long time and happily presented a small piece of something to Wen Youning. "Delicious. Eat up." "What is this?" Wen Youning picked it up and looked closely. "A poisonous mushroom." She lowered her head to check the ground that the giant panda had scratched and picked up a complete, deep purple forest-specific mushroom. Eating this kind of mushroom can also cause hallucinations, with little people floating in front of you, but the toxin is far less than that of the deadliest mushroom. With the weight of a giant panda, eating an entire one won't be fatal, but it shouldn't be too clear-headed either. Now this mushroom is missing a piece, which was the one that the giant panda had broken off and given to her. The giant panda saw Wen Youning pick up the whole mushroom and thought she wanted to eat it all. The giant panda with mushroom-eating experience quickly lifted its paw to hold it down. You can't eat too much." The giant panda licked its nose and thought to itself, "If I eat it all, I will feel sleepy, very sleepy, very sleepy." I fell asleep all of a sudden and couldn't eat a single bite. When I fell asleep, I could no longer see the flying bamboo. Wen Youning. That's not being asleep. Are you under the influence of poison? Wen Youning, both helpless and amused, said, "The flying bamboo. Have you eaten something that gave you hallucinations?" The occurrence of hallucinations after eating poisonous mushroom varies according to individual constitutions and manifests different symptoms. It's not surprising that giant pandas experience hallucinations after eating mushrooms. Wen Youning didn't expect that wild giant pandas would eat mushrooms to change their taste. Giant pandas will dig up the bamboo within their territory that hasn't fully grown yet and eat the tender shoots. Perhaps they saw the mushrooms while digging for bamboo shoots and decided to taste them. Fortunately, these mushrooms are not lethal. Eating too much will only cause hallucinations. The giant panda was lucky that after eating the mushrooms and getting dizzy, it was not discovered by other predators. Seeing hallucinations from eating, is that what I think it means? So the giant panda is not sick, it's just scratching around with its paws because it's scratching at flying bamboo. Ha 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 ha, this giant panda really knows how to eat. So it turns out you're still a wild gourmet, my apologies. The giant panda curled its paw around the mushroom, trying to break off a small piece, and extended its paw to Wen Youning, saying, Eat this. Just a small bite is enough. You finish eating, and then we'll catch bamboo together." This cannot be eaten. Wen Youning picked up the mushroom, planning to take it out together when leaving to prevent the giant panda from coming over to taste it for no reason. The mushroom itself is not dangerous, but it can make the giant panda fall into a deep sleep, which becomes very dangerous. Wen Youning took off her backpack and started rummaging through it without a care. She tried hard to find a small corner inside that wouldn't touch any other food, so she could stuff the mushrooms in. If the crushed mushroom juice accidentally got on other food and was sent out without her knowledge, the forest animals would throw a party overnight. The giant panda was focused on the mushrooms and didn't mind when Wen Youning put them away. As long as she didn't eat too much, she could take them all for herself. It plans to continue digging very generously. I'll find you a few more. Take your time eating. No, no, don't look for more. Wen Youning stuffed the mushrooms inside. Let's eat bamboo. Mushrooms are dry and tasteless. Woof. Yes. You will know if you try. Wen Youning helplessly pressed the panda's paw and said, "This is toxic. Those flying bamboo shoots you see are also an illusion and do not exist." The panda sat on the ground with its head tilted, contemplating the meaning of human words, woo. Doesn't exist. Yes. Wen Youning sat down face to face with the panda, raised her hand to stroke its belly and said, "After eating those flying bamboo, do you still feel hungry?" The panda lowered its head, sluggishly raised a paw to touch its belly. Ayo. Yes. Eating a lot will still make you hungry. Wen Youning said, "That's right, you actually haven't eaten anything. Instead, I consumed quite a bit of energy while trying to catch flying bamboo. It leads to getting hungrier and hungrier. Remember this mushroom, never eat it again." The panda clearly wasn't eating for the first time. It already had experience, knowing how much to eat to see the flying bamboo shoots without feeling sleepy. As soon as Wen Youning finished speaking, the panda raised its paw and waved it in the air. Woo. It widened its eyes in surprise, slightly opened its mouth, curled up the corners of its mouth and raised its paw. Owl. Here, you can eat. Wen Youning. Why did you suddenly grab that flying bamboo again? Fu Xia perked up her ears and listened, but she couldn't quite hear what Wen Youning was talking about with the giant panda. What can't they eat? Zhao Zi, I didn't hear clearly. It seems like the giant panda is sharing delicacies with Teacher Wen. These two really are clueless and unhappy. The traveling pair of Walong and Fengchu. Speaking of which, the color of this mushroom doesn't seem like it's edible. Although judging mushrooms by their appearance is not really rigorous, classifying brightly colored mushrooms as poisonous can indeed reduce the death rate from mushroom poisoning. Doctors recruited from various places who participated in the search for wild giant pandas arrived at the scene one after another based on the messages and locations sent out by Fu Xia. The message that Fu Xia sent out when she first saw the giant panda was intended to rally more people, but she didn't expect the subsequent developments to speed away like a runaway horse. Her mind was overwhelmed, and it wasn't until she saw her colleagues leading the team over that she remembered she hadn't retracted the message she had just sent. If I had known that Teacher Wen could handle it herself, why would she invite outside help? As the man walked out of the forest, Fu Xia saw him first and hid behind a tree, waving at him and lowering her voice, saying, "Fan Songkang, don't go over there. Don't disturb Teacher Wen." At the same time, she kept pointing at her phone, signaling Fan Songkang to check the group messages. Fan Songkang ignored Fu Xia and instead focused his gaze on Wen Youning, who was next to the giant panda. This wild giant panda appeared on the surveillance. Its ear characteristics were distinct, and Fan Songkang recognized it at a glance. The current question is, why is there someone sitting next to an adult wild giant panda, as if they were interacting like a caregiver with a panda they raised since it was young? Are they that familiar with each other? Fan Songkang raised his hand to signal his companions behind him to stay quiet. Observing the current condition of the giant panda, Fan Songkang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It has fallen ill again. He tilted his head to signal his partner to prepare for anesthesia, while Fu Xia was typing on her phone, almost wearing her fingers out, but Fan Songkang didn't even glance at his phone. Wen Youning caught sight of the person's movement behind the tree and stood up to block the anesthetic gun, saying, "Don't inject the anesthesia." Fan Songkang gasped, nervously saying, "It's having a seizure. Hurry up and move away from there. Don't delay the panda's treatment." Wen Youning patiently explained, raising her voice to say, "It's not having a seizure. The panda is not sick at all. Its strange behavior is just a hallucination caused by eating mushrooms." Fan Songkang completely did not believe it. His first reaction was nonsense. How could that be possible? Where do pandas eat mushrooms? Moreover, Fan Songking said, it seemed like it didn't eat any mushrooms just now. This was what he saw with his own eyes. It picked mushrooms and then licked its paw afterwards. Wen Youning raised her hand to rub the panda's head hard. We previously anesthetized this giant panda and performed a series of tests. The blood test results showed that there was no. The test report did not specify the time from the onset of symptoms to the blood draw. Wen Youning insisted, you didn't collect the blood immediately when the giant panda showed symptoms, did you? Fan Songking paused for a moment. That's true. In the wild, even if a wild giant panda is captured on camera walking by, if it becomes ill the next second, it will take some time for rescue workers to arrive at the scene. When the blood was drawn is purely a matter of luck. Moreover, if no problems are found after the first blood test, there won't be a second test in the short term. Blood collection must be done under anesthesia, and frequent anesthesia is not good for giant pandas. No one would be chasing wild giant pandas for blood collection all day long. Wen Youning shrugged. Just sending the blood for testing now might not necessarily reveal any issues. The giant panda didn't even eat this time. The giant panda was very enthusiastic, hugging a bamboo stalk and stuffing it into Wen Youning's arms. Wen Youning caught it and the giant panda paused, one paw down and one up. Ayo. Is the bamboo vertical? Wen Youning held it horizontally, and upon hearing this performed a mimed act without any real object, earnestly changing to a different way of holding the bamboo and asked, like this. Well, the giant panda was satisfied and continued to grab bamboo. While grabbing, it still murmured, there seems to be a bit less bamboo that can fly today. Wen Youning. That's because you didn't eat mushrooms today, you just licked your paws. The giant panda was scratching vigorously when suddenly, it saw Fan Songking nearby, and the movement of its claws became stiff and slow. Oh, this human. The giant panda moved its paws and suddenly rolled over on the ground. Everyone present looked confused, and Fan Songking still doubted what Wen Youning said, but the giant panda's strange behavior seemed to have no better explanation. The giant panda rolled around attentively, making no sound at all. But the inner voice never stopped. Hey, a little more, a little closer. Keep going, you will be there soon. Wen Youning wondered suspiciously, have we arrived? Where have we arrived? Before she could analyze the answer from the panda's inner voice, she saw the giant panda rolling playfully approaching Fan Songking, then swiped something away with its paw and immediately ran towards Wen Youning. Ow! Hit! HMPA, it's your fault for hitting me, bad person. He was too close and Fan Songking was hit directly. The dirt chunk exploded on his face and he instinctively closed his eyes. What have I? Brother, are you okay? Quick, bring water. The colleagues behind Fan Songking are busy handing over things to clean. The culprit runs fast. Even if it doesn't run, these people still can't do anything about it. Fan Songking wiped the mud off his eyes. How can it be? You used an anesthetic on it before, and it remembered. Wen Youning estimated that the giant panda should be quite angry. They were having fun and enjoying themselves, and out of nowhere they got an injection, and after that they had to get their blood drawn. The giant panda doesn't understand, and the giant panda holds grudges. Just now I purposely rolled toward Fan Songking's side, holding back something bad. Fan Songking's eyebrows knitted together into the shape of Chuan, looking somewhat confused. Wen Youning looked at the giant panda's dirty claws. It had rained earlier, so the surface was dry, but the soil underneath was still wet. Just now, the giant panda sneakily dug up a large pile of dirt, and although it had thrown out most of it, its claws had changed color. Wen Youning pointed at it with her paw. Look what you did. Awa, the giant panda instinctively wanted to lick its paw. Hey, Wen Youning reached out to block it. The giant panda's neck stretched forward to chase its own paw, but after hesitating for a long time, looking at its dirty paw, it couldn't bring itself to do it. The giant panda rubbed its paw against the tree, lifted it to look at it, and then continued to rub. "Let me take you to wash up." Wen Youning looked at the gaps in the paw pads, which were covered in mud, and she vaguely saw some twigs stuck in there, definitely not easy to get out. "Huh!" The giant panda waved its paw in disdain and looked up to see Wen Youning had already stood up. Wen Youning, with a backpack on her back, called out, "You all go back first. I'll take it to the river to wash up. We'll talk more about the giant panda when we get back." Fan Songkang reminded, "It's very dangerous inside, don't act on your own." "It's okay, I won't go inside, just near the water source." The interface on Wen Youning's phone displays the terrain map of this forest, with the outskirts frequently traveled by people, and everything on the map clearly marked. What dangers could arise from washing a giant panda's paws? It's the panda that should be scared. A panda this big, are we really letting Teacher Wen wash it by herself? I can't stand it anymore. Teacher Wen, send me your location. I'll fly over to help you right away. Haha, the staff are all stunned. Staff member, so brave, who is this commander? Although Wen Youning said they didn't need to follow, Zhao Zi and the others could not really leave. Zhao Zi and Fu Xia locked eyes. "You go tell your colleague I'll go ahead first." Fu Xia nodded and said to Fan Songkang, who was trying to follow, "Brother Fan, wait a moment, let me tell you." The voice behind grew fainter. The giant panda shook its head as it walked, its claws brushing against the grass on the ground, scraping off quite a bit of mud. Eating bamboo, eating bamboo. Wen Youning asked it, "Can you still see the bamboo?" Awa, the giant panda shook its head, unable to see it. Wen Youning estimated the time, thinking about how long it would take to recover after one lick. "Woo! Caught it!" "Huh!" Wen Youning raised her eyebrows almost. "Caught it equals can't see it," should also be the effects of the toxic mushroom. She can't stop this kind of mushroom from growing in the forest, so she can only try to persuade the panda not to eat it. This forest serves as a natural barrier in the central region, a dividing line between north and south, situated above the road. Although the flow of people is not dense, cars occasionally pass by. Many animals do not choose to settle here. When they walk to the nearest water source, they cannot be seen at a glance. Even if there are any, they will hide after hearing the noise. The giant panda walked over, its paws covered in mud nearly cleaned off, and it dipped its paws into the water to wash them. Wen Youning was half squatting by the shore, intending to help the panda wash its paws, when something flashed by under the water. Due to her professional acumen, Wen Youning acted faster than she thought, pulling the panda back. Splash! The crocodile opened its mouth and lunged at Wen Youning's hand. The panda moved swiftly and decisively, with bang, bang, bang. A few scratches left the crocodile hanging on the shore, stunned. "Wow, you startled me." "Crocodile, don't hit me, master, don't hit me. This is a crocodile, not a wooden fish, so, does your paw hurt, little one?" Haha, the crocodile, as a cold-blooded animal, has experienced the ups and downs of bullet comments. Wait, wasn't it said that crocodiles like to be in muddy swamps? Why does this water look pretty clean and there's still a crocodile? The crocodile withstood a few paws from the panda and slid back into the water along the bank. I don't know if I'm dizzy or if I should retreat. But given that I haven't heard a single sound from Wen Youning, it's highly likely that it's the former. The giant panda has a strong sense of territory, and even if its kind enters its territory, it will be chased and driven away. The crocodile is in the water, while the giant panda is not good at swimming, but if it goes ashore, that would mean invading the giant panda's territory. Roar! The giant panda bared its teeth at the river, where the crocodile had yet to resurface. It licked its nose and continued to leisurely wash its paws. The giant panda cannot be considered the apex predator among fierce beasts, but it is definitely a formidable one. The crocodile's focus was on Wen Youning. Before it reacted to attack the giant panda, the panda's paw had already come down. Wen Youning patted the mud spots that had splashed onto her clothes. It was probably from the crocodile hitting the water just now. She didn't change her spot, staying right next to the giant panda, splashing water to wash off the mud spots. Wen Youning squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "Being in the wild, it's comparatively safer with wild beasts around." "Huh. Where can I find the beast? Is it a tutorial or are you just teaching? Come out, let me go." The giant panda's paws are wet after being washed, and it casually shakes off the water. In this case, where only the surface fur is damp, it dries very quickly. It squats on one side, staring intently at Wen Youning rubbing clothes in her hands, its paws unconsciously kneading in front of it. Seeing Wen Youning wring it out, the giant panda reached out its paw. "Do you want to scrub too?" Facing the earnest gaze of the giant panda, Wen Youning held onto its fluffy paw. Even when wet, it was still soft. The texture felt very good. The bare paw was casually swished in the water and taken out to be shaken dry. It surely isn't as thorough as meticulously scrubbing it. This was the first time for the wild giant panda to wash its paws. It looked curious and seemed to find it very fun and interesting. "All right, let's switch to another one." After washing one paw, Wen Youning spread her hands and said, "Come on." "Owa!" The giant panda slapped Wen Youning's hand. The force was so great that Wen Youning's hand sank downward. The giant panda paused. "Ooh. It's fine, let's continue washing." Wen Youning stroked its head. The giant panda lowered its head to lick its clean paw, and unknowingly its gaze fell on Wen Youning, who blinked and raised its paw to pat. Wen Youning poked its paw pad. "You've gotten my hair all wet." "Ow!" The giant panda's eyes curved with a smile as it pounced on Wen Youning, affectionately hugging her. "Ah, this little one seems to really like our teacher Wen. I think there are no small animals in the world that do not like teacher Wen. Is it really true that you can't touch a ferocious beast? Awa, it looks so obedient." "Crocodile, you don't remember at all what just happened." After washing its paws, the giant panda shook its fur. It may be the first time in its life that it has been cleaned so thoroughly, and the giant panda seems a bit unaccustomed to it. It takes a few steps this way, then stretches out a paw that lands on the lawn, making a pleasant hum sound. This sound is often heard in cubs, as adult giant pandas rarely make such sounds. "Ow!" The giant panda suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to run away. While running, I didn't forget to shout, "Wow! Hey, you wait for me here. I'll be quick. Really fast, really fast." The panda's forepaws are working hard, and its tail is swaying. "Slow down, don't run too fast," Wen Youning shouted. "Run in the shade. It's too hot and pandas are prone to heat stroke." "Woo!" The giant panda ran far away but still remembered to respond. Wen Youning shook off the freshly washed hem of her clothes, and according to the current temperature, it wouldn't take long for them to dry. She had just pulled open the hem when her phone in her pocket began to vibrate. In the wild, silence is the top priority. When encountering a fierce beast, before finding a safe place, the phone rang, and there wasn't even a chance to escape from the danger before being chased. A message from the renovation company arrived on the phone. The damage to the living room chandelier involves too large an area, so it cannot be simply replaced with a new chandelier. Therefore, Wen Youning contacted the previous renovation company. Looking at the damage assessment report given by the renovation company, the circuit inspection showed a lot of red. The tip of Wen Youning's finger brushed past and her brow slowly furrowed. So many questions can be summed up in one sentence. It is very easy to cause a fire. The renovation company provided several solutions. The issues with their construction team and subsequent maintenance costs will also be borne by the renovation company. Once the house undergoes major renovations, it won't be livable for a while. Fortunately, there are other places to stay, and Wen Youning is not in a rush, so she chose the highest quality plan. Swish, swish. The dense leaves on the tree made a rustling sound without any wind, and the leaves began to shake first. Wen Youning looked up and saw a shadow quickly running by, with a fluffy big tail swaying behind it, followed closely by another one, relentlessly chasing the first. Squeak! Stop, thief! Squeak! Two squirrels rushed into the branches and leaves of the big tree, one after the other. The dense foliage blocked all lines of sight. The sound seemed a bit familiar. It seems to be the squirrel she encountered when she just came in. Is it now? The granary has been stolen. Are we chasing the thief? Sounds like Wen Youning. The movements of the branches and leaves can be analyzed to determine where the squirrel ran. It is a habit for squirrels to steal food. When they hoard food, they will stash it in different places and often steal food from humans and birds, as well as raid each other's stores. They can also empty a food cache in one go. However, given the quantity of dried fruit that Wen Youning gives to the little squirrel, just one squirrel would have to work until it dies to finish it all in one go. Squeak! A round object rolled down from the tree. Wen Youning took a half step back, and the hazelnut briefly bent the weeds when it hit the ground, then instantly vanished into them. The chasing squirrel seemed determined to burrow into the grass, rushing halfway up the trunk, then suddenly froze, its body stiffening. Obviously scared silly. Wen Youning picked up the hazelnut and placed it in her palm. Here you go. The owner above chased down, shouting loudly, squeak. Die. The owner squirrel directly threw down the hazelnut it was holding. What the heck, a squirrel shooter? Do you squirrels also fight at long range? An inch longer, an inch stronger. The lost squirrel was startled by humans, but when it saw it was Wen Youning, it unhesitatingly took the hazelnut from her hand. Taking this opportunity, the thieving squirrel quietly ran away. When the owner turned around and discovered it, he immediately chased after the thieving squirrel to hit it. Wen Youning said, "Be careful." Squeak! Person! Don't worry about it. This is a battle between us. An intense battle came to an end as the squeaks faded away. The owner squirrel protected its hazelnuts, stuffing its cheeks full of the spoils, its mouth puffed out. It nimbly moved on the branch, preparing to go down and communicate friendly with the human who provided food, sensing a hint of danger. Giant panda. As a squirrel that had just exposed the boss's whereabouts, it shrank its neck in fear and sneaked away. Squeak! Human, next time the mouse comes to play with you. Be careful of your feet. Wen Youning took out a bottle of water from her backpack. When she just put it in, it was still icy, but now the frost on the surface of the mineral water bottle has completely melted. Ah, woo-woo. What are you talking about? The giant panda was struggling to walk while holding a large white bird, not because it was heavy, but purely because the bird was too big and it was still alive, constantly thrashing about, which made the panda's few steps particularly difficult. The sunlight was too bright, and Wen Youning squinted, trying to shield his eyes with his fingers but still couldn't see clearly. What are you holding? Ooh, the giant panda came closer and took a few more steps. Person, this is for you, it's really fun. It will spin and it's beautiful. The giant panda is a carnivorous animal. There have been discoveries of giant pandas hunting and leaving behind bones after eating. But now, it's clear that giant pandas catch things just for fun. What is this? As the giant panda approached, Wen Youning also clearly saw the animal it was holding. Pure white feathers, a long beak that is red, and short claws that are also red, as if the two claws had simultaneously stepped into a bucket of red paint. Wen Youning gasped, and suddenly looked up at the live broadcasting equipment floating in the air. Don't kill me, I didn't see anything. Okay, it is the first level protected animal, the crested ibis. Let it go, teacher Wen, there are FBI agents everywhere. What are you doing, little one? That's a nationally protected animal. Nationally protected giant panda, huh? Chirp, the crested ibis was still struggling, one wing being held by the giant panda while the other wing flapped helplessly on the ground. But the strength of the birds was still somewhat lacking in front of the giant panda. The giant panda threw the crested ibis onto the ground, and as the ibis shook its wings and struggled to stand up, Wen Youning realized what it was about to do. Don't. Before the words were out, the giant panda slammed down its paw, directly crushing the crested ibis to death. The crested ibis opened its beak but made no sound. With a single strike, the giant panda knocked the air out of the crested ibis. Wen Youning. Is this a prank? 110. Is this you? Yes, the giant panda beat the crested ibis, so who should we support? In a nation versus nation match, my suggestion is to arrest those watching from the sideline. The giant panda dragged it all the way, and now it's tired, using its claws to push the crested ibis towards the warm pomelo lemon. Woof. It's fun. It's also very nice. Take it back to watch. The giant panda thought for a moment, did not rest too much, turned around and was about to leave again. Let's catch a few more. The more the better. Wait. Wen Youning, who was rescuing the crested ibis, heard the thoughts of the giant panda and quickly stopped. If we don't catch them, I won't be able to take them away. You come back and rest for a while. I can hear you panting just from your breathing. On a hot day, being in the shade is not easy for the giant panda either, and intense exercise will make it feel even hotter. Wen Youning did not expect it was going to catch the crested ibis. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely detained the giant panda in advance. Wah! The giant panda's ears were caught and it looked up. Not going to catch. Less is not good looking. A bunch rushing in, flapping around. Just thinking about it makes the giant panda's eyes curve with delight. It seems that scaring the crested ibis is one of the few entertainments for wild giant pandas. To prevent the giant panda from catching a few more crested ibises, Wen Youning found a few bamboo sticks and brought 2 pieces of bamboo shoots to it, saying, "You eat something first and take a rest for a while. Once you start eating, you can't care so much." Tender and juicy bamboo shoots, even eating one later might make it dry and less tasty. The crested ibis was just startled and momentarily too lazy to move. The giant panda dragged it so far just to bring it back alive. How could it have already arrived in front of Wen Youning and clawed at the crested ibis? The ibis struggled to stand up, pushing with its claws a couple of times. "Jeeba, what do you want to do? Why are you trying to catch the ibis?" The crested ibis is very angry, extremely angry. Misunderstanding. Wen Youning quickly calculated which food she brought could be given to the crested ibis. She pondered and pulled out a box of salmon sashimi from her backpack. This should be okay. The crested ibis is an omnivorous bird that primarily feeds on invertebrates and small vertebrates. Small fish and shrimp, loaches, crabs, frogs also eat earthworms and beetles. Salmon is also a fish. I want to invite you to dinner. Wen Youning quickly took out the salmon, tore open the vacuum seal. Inside were salmon belly slices, rich in fat and thick in texture, prepared as food for the little animals. Wen Youning always chooses the freshest. Even after a while on the plane, the vacuum-sealed fresh salmon, under the protection of ice packs, still remained very fresh. Want a bite? The bones have already been removed. Chirp, the crested ibis refused to eat, only expressing its resentment. If it weren't for a lack of vocabulary, it would have scolded a lot already. Wen Youning rolled up the salmon with a skewer and handed it over. "Jeeba, I don't want to eat." The spoonbill will never take a bite out of you. A bite. A small bite. 1. This is what you owe the ibis. The ibis, puffed up with anger, seized it in its beak and tilted its head back to swallow it. The size of the salmon slices is smaller than some of the small fish caught by the ibis, so swallowing them is effortless. A fresh flavor I've never tasted before. Wen Youning watched as the feathers of the crested ibis fluffed up and settled down. Is it delicious? The crested ibis raised its chin slightly, chirp. It's okay. It's okay, I can manage. Delicious, delicious, so delicious. 1 more bite. Okay, Wen Youning rolled it a piece again. The snipe is eating deliciously, bite after bite. I've never had salmon before, but the snipe itself also eats fish, and the combination of freshness, curiosity, and taste completely captured the snipe's heart. Wow, seeing this makes me want to eat salmon. It looks so delicious, but won't it get stuck in the throat if I swallow it like this? The crested ibis looks so beautiful, it truly deserves the title of Eastern Gem. Animal World frequent eating broadcast. Seeing everyone eat so happily makes me feel relieved. Although the things in Wen Younings's backpack are packed full, everything except for water is prepared for small animals. She researched in advance what animals often appear here and prepared according to their tastes. It is indeed a surprise that the crested ibises appeared here. Wen Youning pulled out a piece of jerky, made from meat she cooked herself. Apart from not adding any seasonings, it was not much different from what humans eat. Since getting off the plane, she had only eaten airplane food. The meals in first class are larger than those in economy class, and if you have any specific requirements regarding the menu, you can call the airline in advance, and the crew will assist you with the arrangements. Wen Youning was upgraded to a higher class later, and since it was not booked in advance, the food was still quite decent. But now, with noon approaching, she was also hungry after all this fuss. Wen Youning took a bite of the jerky. It was tasteless and merely served to replenish her energy. The giant panda is holding bamboo with its claws, but its eyes are looking at the jerky in Wen Youning's hand, its nose twitching. Want to try this? Wen Youning breaks off a piece for it. The giant panda didn't have time to chew the bamboo in its mouth, and opened its mouth to catch the jerky from Wen Youning. It mixed the bamboo with meat and vegetables, but it was difficult to swallow. Waya, not tasty. The giant panda shared a bamboo stick with Wen Youning, grr. Eat this. It continued to gnaw on the remaining part by itself. Bamboo is convenient to carry. It is cut off at the joints like sugar cane. Wen Youning took the bamboo. I'll hold it for you first. After finishing the salmon, the crested ibis did not hurry away but instead pretended to be casual while actually moving slowly towards Wen Youning, moving away from the giant panda. It shook its feathers, poised and elegant, ready to crouch down, but noticed something approaching. The ibis paused momentarily and without hesitation swung its wing. The live broadcast equipment landed. It fell onto the soft grassy ground without making a sound. The equipment is so miserable. Ha, there's no helping it. Small animals have no resistance to things that fly and move. Wen Youning salvaged the live streaming equipment, brushing off the weeds on top, intact and undamaged except for, why is this button always lit? Was this red button lit during the previous live stream? Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, probably not. Otherwise, the flashing red light would be too noticeable during the live stream at night. She shouldn't have any memory of it. It's a prompt indicating that it's currently connected. Teacher Wen, quick look at the live stream. It seems she accidentally hit some key. After being reminded by the comments, Wen Youning unlocked her phone, and the screen was divided into 2 halves. One half showing her and the other half showing the fan link of ID Zhang Feiyu. The image is a bit blurry, not pointing at anything specific, and is constantly moving. Feather, don't move, listen to me. The boy's voice, filled with despair, accompanied by the shaking of the live stream, said, "I have to get to the bottom of what happened to you today." The Pomeranian shook its pretty big ears and wagged its head. Woof woof. "Don't go. Don't leave." Wen Youning asked. "Hello." Woo woo. The giant panda thought Wen Youning had taken out some tasty food again, chasing after the phone and sniffing it. Just because it doesn't smell good doesn't mean it won't taste good. Whether it's really good or not, only the panda can know after tasting it. Slow down. Wen Youning used bamboo instead of the phone. You can't eat it. The giant panda wants to take a bite of everything, whether familiar or unfamiliar. After tasting it, all that remains are things that are delicious and things that are not. No wonder you would eat poisonous mushrooms. This is also the first recorded case of a giant panda eating poisonous mushrooms and capturing a little person. Whoa, the giant panda licked its lips and regrettably leaned back with the bamboo. Teacher Wen, Zhang Feiyu, who was on the other end of the live stream, just adjusted the angle for the connection. Sorry to disturb Teacher Wen, but I am really curious. I want to know what happened to my Yu Mao. Wang. Yu Mao is a papillon, also known as a butterfly dog or a Bichon frise. This breed is named for its distinctive ears that resemble butterfly wings. The papillon is a small dog breed raised in France. The papillon in the live stream has a white back without complex color patches, and its ears are light brown, standing up like butterfly wings. At this moment, the feather is stuck in the crack of the door, refusing to move forward. Zhang Feiyu is holding a dog leash, and the papillon stubbornly raises its head, even finding time to scold its owner a word or two. Teacher Wen, look at it. Zhang Feiyu was stuck at the first step going out to walk the dog. Sweating from the midday struggle, he was almost annoyed to death, opening his mouth like he was complaining. I have something to do this afternoon, no time to walk the dog. I just wanted to take it out for a quick stroll ahead of time, but it just refuses to move. I pulled hard, and it even bit the door with its mouth. Woof. I won't go, you come back. You silly stupid pig, no going out. The bark of small dogs is somewhat sharp, especially the papillon. Every time it barks, its big ears shake along with it, creating a strong visual impact and giving it a very aggressive appearance. It's normal not to want to go out when it's so hot. With the temperature outside right now, if you take me out, I'll crawl back. You can tell the dog to find a shady place to walk or go to a cooler place for a stroll. Just talk to it. The live stream's bullet comments are all coming up with ideas. Zhang Feiyu naturally saw it, and he was holding the leash, helplessly shaking his shoulders. I've said it several times, and even said to take it to find its little friends. You know, the dogs it usually plays with when walking, but it absolutely refuses to go. Zhang Feiyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. I had a standoff with it for a while even before I went live. If it weren't for not wanting to forcibly drag it, I would have gotten it out a long time ago. Zhang Feiyu complained, I want to hug it, but it's going to bite me. This is really too much. Wen Youning heard that the Pomeranian was only complaining about its owner and didn't hear any important information, so she simply asked it directly, why don't you want to go out? Woof. It's none of your business. How can it not be related to me? Wen Youning scooped up the bamboo shoot that had fallen underneath the panda's neck and fed it to it. If you have any requests, you can tell me, and I'll convey them to your owner. The butterfly dog carefully squeezed out through the crack in the door, chasing the direction of the sound, as if wanting to hear more clearly. Woof. Really? Can you understand? After a pause, Wen Youning said, don't scold him for now, think of something else. By shifting her attention, she could still listen to her heart's voice. It even scolded me. My hand is all chafed and it still scolded me. Zhang Feiyu gritted his teeth and said, I'll beat you. Woof. Tell Grandma. Grandma will beat you. Zhang Feiyu didn't understand but felt like he was being scolded again, so he asked for help. Teacher Wen. Wen Youning said, "It says to tell grandma, which is your mother, to beat you." Zhang Feiyu, you just know how to complain, you little useless dog. Woof woof, the poodle scolded as soon as it opened its mouth. Do you think the dog is happy to take care of you? If you don't take the keys, how can you come back? Grandpa and Grandma went traveling and won't be back until next month. Do you want to sleep outside until then? As Zhang Feiyu took advantage of the moment when the butterfly dog was halfway through the crack in the door and distracted from barking, she gently hooked the leash in her hand and quickly pushed the other hand that was resting against the door. Click! Completely closed the door that had been held for a long time. Hey you! Wen Youning had just heard the reason from the chaotic barking of the butterfly dog, and hadn't had the chance to organize her words before everything settled down all at once. Ha ha, silly dog, do you understand the art of war? You have to leave even if you don't want to now. Zhang Feiyu, as if having won a battle, said cheerfully to the live stream, Teacher Wen, sorry to interrupt, but I've solved it myself. Wang Wu, the butterfly dog, stood despairingly at the door, scratching vigorously with its paws. Wen Youning coughed lightly and said, I have a question for you. Zhang Feiyu nodded. Teacher Wen, you speak. Wen Youning, do you keep a spare key outside your door? Zhang Feiyu was somewhat puzzled, but since there wasn't a spare key at home, she answered truthfully, No, we don't. We lost the whole set of spare keys when we changed the lock, so we only have 3 keys at home, 1 for each person. That's it then. Wen Youning closed her eyes for a moment and pointed at the little advertisement for unlocking on the wall. Well, did you see that locksmith ad on the wall? Is this related to the feathers being angry? Zhang Feiyu, still doubtful, tore down the flyer. Could it be that it heard someone pasting these things on the door, and is afraid that when it goes out, there will be more people pasting things, so it won't go out? Wow, a dog that can protect the home is amazing. Wait, looking at Teacher Wen's expression, I feel like there's more to this. Wen Youning chuckled softly a couple of times, then tried to suppress her laughter and said with her own voice, No, you keep this sticker, and when you take the dog out, just call to have the door opened. The small advertisement stuck to Zhang Feiyu's fingertips swayed in the wind. Huh. Wen Youning leaned against the giant panda, smoothed her lips and said, The feather doesn't go out because you didn't take the key, and your parents won't be back from their trip until next month. It's been urging you to take the key. If you don't take it, it won't leave. Wen Youning shrugged. It wants to go out for a walk but doesn't want to be unable to return home. The butterfly dog was furious. Woof. Exactly. If you don't want to go home, don't drag Wang into it. Wang wants to go home. E5. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Zhang Feiyu closed the door and is still so arrogant. Why aren't you showing off anymore? Keep laughing. Just hang the keychain on the dog's collar. With your IQ, you've basically said goodbye to the keys. Looking at the tightly closed security door, the Pekingese frowned so much that its features were almost scrunched together. Woof. Wang, don't leave, you're still being stubborn. Just strangle Wang, you're such a stupid thing. Zhang Feiyu's hand, resting on the doorknob, trembled slightly as he looked at his own door and then at the small advertisement for unlocking, decisively made a call. Hello, Mom. Woof woof, the Chihuahua jumped up and pounced on Zhang Feiyu, intending to complain. Zhang Feiyu pressed the puppy and said, Right, you want to make trouble with me. I just scolded it, and it was Feather who wanted to go out for a walk. I didn't want to go because it was hot, but it insisted on going out, which made it so I didn't even have a chance to check the things on my body, and only found out after going out that I hadn't taken my keys. The poodle went crazy. Woof woof. Why don't you just die? Wank, why don't you die? Hey, are you still biting me? While complaining, Zhang Feiyu didn't forget to add some drama for himself, thinking of his precarious little savings. He decisively said, "Mom, I don't have much living expenses left. It's not enough to pay for the lockout. Can you transfer me some?" "Good kid, you really have a trick for money." "Feather, you better keep one eye open tonight while you sleep and stay on guard. The chances of a papillon killing a human are very low, but they're definitely not zero," Zhang Feiyu said with a hint of guilt, and on the other end of the phone came the voice of Mother. "I'm watching in Teacher Wen's live stream." "Huh. I'm buying the ticket now, you better wait for me." "What the hell, Mom? Why?" Zhang Feiyu looked at the hung-up phone, and after the pop-up disappeared, his big face was displayed on the phone screen in the live broadcast room. "Lee? Caught on the spot. Teacher Wen's live broadcast is really suitable for all ages, ha. Zhang Feiyu said with a mournful face, "Teacher Wen, I'm leaving. No, I'm hanging up first." The screen goes black, but you can still hear the woof-woof of the butterfly dog. Not very angry, a bit gloating. Wen Youning leaned against the big tree, sat up straight to adjust her position, and pushed the giant panda beside her, which had its head resting on her, saying, "You are so heavy." She leaned against the big tree, and the giant panda leaned against her, treating her like a pillow. "Woo!" The giant panda looked up at her and realized it couldn't see from this angle, so it clutched the bamboo and turned over by itself. Wen Youning placed her hand on its shoulder, adjusting the live streaming equipment. She rarely used the buttons above. There was also a manual that came along with the live streaming equipment when it was sent. There are many functions and they are complex. Wen Youning feels that she can't make use of them. Many of the functions of the buttons can also be operated on the phone, which is even more convenient. The live broadcast device merely captures a panoramic view during the broadcast, so she didn't look closely at it, casually pressing the blinking button to turn it off. Wen Youning spreads her hands and adjusts the angle of the live broadcast device with her phone. As the main culprit for bringing down the live broadcast device, Zhu Huan appears calm on the surface, but the fleeting and inquisitive gaze has already exposed its inner panic. Now that this thing has restarted, Zhu Huan has obviously relaxed and is not as tense as before. Not broken," startled the ibis. Wen Youning heard the ibis's inner voice and asked, "Do you want to go home?" Ibis usually acts alone or in pairs, and sometimes in small groups. According to the panda's account, it should often scare a lot of ibises flapping their wings. This means that the ibis in front of us should have a small group. Chirp, the crested ibis tilted its head and glanced at the giant panda. Seeing that the giant panda didn't react, it shook its feathers, condescendingly got up and made a gesture to walk into the forest, but its eyes couldn't help but glance at Wen Youning's backpack. This is not easy to preserve if you take it back to eat. Try to finish it by today before dark. Wen Youning didn't even need to hear its thoughts. The crested ibis eyes were too clear. She took out the salmon, removed the plastic packaging, and wrapped it in biodegradable paper. It's convenient to take, but the paper bag can only hold things. It doesn't keep them fresh. But the ibis takes away food, and the plastic packaging is not recyclable. Can only let the crested ibis eat faster. Eating while taking. What's wrong with taking back the protected national animal to eat at night? The crested ibis was very satisfied, picking up the paper bag and slowly walking towards the depths of the forest. The shrubs and weeds are overgrown, and the intricate tree trunks obstruct the view. The silhouette of the crested ibis disappears in an instant. The giant panda didn't even take a glance. A large white bird looks beautiful as it flaps its wings, but it doesn't like it. Besides, the large white bird can be seen at any time, but tender and delicious bamboo isn't always available. Because she came to see the giant panda, Wen Youning packed the most bamboo in her backpack. Enough for the giant panda to keep eating for most of the day. Bamboo that she didn't have to dig herself tastes better. Wen Youning scratched the giant panda's ear, bit into a jerky snack, scrolled through recent flight tickets, exited the booking app, saw that the waiting list had 99 plus fans, thought for a moment, and brought the waiting fans up to speak. Hi. While the giant panda eats bamboo, let's solve some accumulated problems. On the other side of the morning dew, a girl's face appeared after a click, her eyes curved, with a bright smile on her face, saying in surprise, "Teacher Wen, I thought you wouldn't connect today." Coming in early to line up, she would also be the first next time they connect. I didn't expect to arrive just in time. Wen Youning, I don't want to accumulate too much. Do you have any questions? Yes, the human dew ran to the door and lightly opened it with a click. The camera points downwards, where a tabby cat is busily eating cat food in the corner. Hearing the sound, it looks up at the camera with a pitiful gaze and turns to leave with half the cat food still in its mouth. Because it is limping on one leg, it walks unsteadily and very slowly. Don't go, I won't catch you." The human, morning dew, pulled back the door gap, demonstrating with actions that they were not there to catch the cat. The tabby cat took a few steps out, then cautiously turned back upon hearing the voice, locking eyes with the human in the door gap. The cat's eyebrows and mouth were drooping, giving off a feeling of being wronged and pitiful. Seeing that the human did not intend to pursue, the tabby cat licked its lips and stumbled back to continue eating. "See, just like this," Morning Dew said softly. "It's a stray cat I encountered downstairs, and it has a lame leg, quite pitiful. I've always wanted to adopt it since I have a tortoiseshell cat at home, thinking they could keep each other company. A stray cat missing a leg, even if it is a tabby, is easily bullied by other cats. It's very pitiful. Last time I coaxed it back home with canned food, and after finishing the food it kept wanting to go outside. I thought it just wasn't used to it, but later that night while I was sleeping, it broke through my screen window. My house is on the first floor, and it just ran out like that. But it came back the next day looking for food." Renji and Zhao Lu wondered in confusion. Does this mean it wants me to adopt it, or does it not want me to adopt it? Renji and Zhao Lu speculated. Or could it be that it just wants to live in the hallway and doesn't want to live in my house? It seems like this tabby cat is about to cry. It must be very difficult for it to find a place with food. But it looks quite fat. It might not just be about food, it could also be sick. Is it possible that the indigenous people beat it? So pitiful, it was not easy to have a home but ended up being driven away. The little cat must be very sad as well. Renji and Zhao explained, "It won't be a problem. My tortoiseshell cat has a very good temperament, and I made sure to isolate the stray cat I just brought back, worried about any infectious diseases. I thought about taking it to the pet hospital for a checkup before letting them meet once they were familiar with each other, but in the end, everything was planned very well, but it hadn't been implemented yet, and the tabby cat ran away first." Renji and Zhao said, "I called in just to let Teacher Wen know that I have no malicious intent. I just want to adopt it and take good care of it." She sniffed, feeling heartbroken for the little cat's carefulness. It doesn't have to rush here every day, eating hurriedly for fear of being driven away. It runs off every time after eating. All of this belongs to it. It doesn't have to live so hard. The tabby cat looked wronged. Meow. Why do you have so many questions? Care for what does a cat need you? The cat is eating. The person is quiet. Always wants to lock the cat up. If it weren't for the crunchy snacks and delicious canned food, the cat wouldn't come. Wen Youning said, "It only wants to eat your cat food and canned cat food. It doesn't want to be adopted by you." Meow. The tabby cat squints its eyes as it chews the meat in the can. That's right. Does the meow just want to eat from the can? Meow. The tabby cat's pupils dilate as it slowly chews down on the meat, its little eyes looking as if it has seen a ghost. The cat didn't say it wanted to eat canned food, it was thinking about it. Damn it, who is talking over there? What's wrong with this person? How does it know that I'm thinking about canned food? It won't tell Grandpa, will it? That annoying person wants to lock me up, How can I explain to Grandpa if I don't go back? When the tabby cat gets anxious, its feelings bubble out one after another. The more Wen Youning listens, the higher the corner of her mouth rises. It has an owner. It's just here to scam food and drink. It's afraid of being left behind by you and has a hard time explaining to its owner. Meow. Shut up. Meow, I said shut up. The tabby cat, seeing its little thoughts exposed, immediately stopped eating cat food and turned to leave. No, I can't stay here any longer. The fish treat shop, the cat sticks shop, the fresh meat shop, the fresh fish shop. I can't be discovered. Not only did it come to your place to deceive and eat, it also went to. Wen Youning counted, according to the tabby cat's thoughts, at least 11 places to eat. Given this number, it's highly likely that they eat at a few places each day. Human world morning dew. Danmo. It's not, hey, what happened to the poor stray cats we were promised? Scoundrel cat deceiving human emotions. With so many families, how could you eat all that? I have to eat for 4 days after ordering takeout from over a dozen places. Haha, this tabby cat's expression is so deceitful. Dozens of them, is that really true? Renji Zhaolu felt it was a bit exaggerated and picked up the cat food that it hadn't finished off the ground to chase out. Teacher Wen, did you mishear? How is that possible? This is too ridiculous. Renji Zhaolu clutched the cat food and said awkwardly, but it was gobbling it down when it was with me. Wen Youning said, there's another place waiting, I'm in a bit of a hurry to eat. Then, I knew it would be this answer. The tabby cat came closer, its eyes wide open. Meow. Why still pursue? What's wrong with this person? The spotted cat stopped and rubbed against the little calf. Woo-woo. Sister, don't follow me anymore. I'll come to find you next time. Meow. Meow is the best with you. Don't believe the bad person's slander. Meow. Meow is going to the next place to eat. There's no time left. Meow, meow, meow. When bad person Youning raised an eyebrow, took a sip of water to clear her throat. It's waiting to go to the next place to eat. You keep the can, hold it for now, and let it eat again the next time it comes. Human world morning dew. Meow. Can you please shut up? Where is that voice coming from? The tabby cat gave up on being cute and ran away on 3 legs. No, this place is not suitable for staying long. It's best to leave first. The morning dew in the human world is still dazed, and I instinctively followed. The tabby cat got anxious upon seeing her follow. Meow, meow. Go away. It's running really hard. Tabby cat, hurry up with those legs. When you exit the corridor and follow the path, you will find a street filled with delicious food. At this time, it is precisely when students are taking their afternoon nap, and the snack shops are all packed. As the tabby cat passed by a shop, its inner voice quietly echoed. Everyone said they would come to eat fresh meat today. Auntie, remember to save some for me. At the next shop, the inner voice was again, the ham sausage that was promised for me. Walking past a row of snack shops, the tabby cat's inner voice did not stop. Until it took a few more steps, the tabby cat noticed that the morning dew was still chasing after it, and it suddenly got anxious. Meow. Go home. If I chase a little more, I'll be home. Forget it, I'll just run over there first. The tabby cat remained silent, only lowering its head and moving forward. Wen Youning, this hardware store belongs to her family. The tabby cat that ran out came back and bared its teeth at her. All I can hear is the sound, but I can't find the place. It's infuriating. Meow. Morning dew stood at the door of the hardware store. Before he could speak, the shopkeeper, hearing a cat meow, opened the door and said, "Little Lee, you're back." The tabby cat silently turned around. "Grandpa, you've mistaken the cat." Morning dew mostly believed Wen Youning's words but still asked, "Boss, is this your cat?" "Yes." The old man smiled when he saw the can in her hand and said, "You can't feed it." He pointed to the sign that said feeding prohibited hanging on the door. "It's already overweight. The doctor suggests we help it go on a diet. Saying this, the old man murmured, but I don't know how. We reduce the food, and little Lee is getting fatter instead. If this continues, it will be dangerous. Ha ha ha, little Lee used to eat at home. Now little Lee eats in the cafeteria. The little raccoon really knows how to treat its own mouth well. Mouth, I'll still be with you in the next life. Morning dew in the human world. Silently putting away the canned food. To ensure the health of the tabby cat, the morning dew said, Grandpa, letting the tabby cat run around may lead it to eat other things. It's not good for losing weight. Meow. You traitor, meow. If you can't have meow, you have to destroy meow. What a malicious human. Is that so? The doctor said it needs more exercise, and I was thinking of letting it run outside more. The old man adjusted his glasses and hugged the tabby cat. Then let's not let it go outside. The tabby cat's only front paw hooked onto the door frame, screaming heartbreakingly, meow. No. Meow's fish jerky, meat jerky, fresh meat and full fish feast. Wen Youning watched as the tabby cat pulled the door, making a clang-clang sound. You really can't eat anymore. At this moment, the tabby cat finally matched the sound with the human, meow. Damn person, meow remembers you. The cat won't let you go. The harsh words haven't finished yet, the door is closed first. Ha ha ha, it's really not convinced. That's a food street that belongs to the cat, now it's all gone. Not only that, but I was also grounded and not allowed to go out. The morning dew on earth made the person on the line still feel dazed. The cat was not adopted. Instead, she discovered a shocking secret. What a gluttonous and evil tabby cat. Wen Youning twisted the bottle cap on. She had been sitting here for as long as the giant panda had been eating. The giant panda bit the bamboo and glanced sideways, paused for a moment, changed direction, and ate with its back facing that way. Zhao Zi looked at the panda's back, which blocked most of his view. He scooted over a bit and lowered his voice, saying, Teacher Wen. Just now, Fu Xia has already explained the situation with the giant panda. Zhao Zi said, the matter has been resolved. We should go back, Teacher Wen. Okay. Wen Youning saw that there were no tickets, and since she was just staying in the hotel, she planned to cuddle with the giant panda for a while and also casually check on the queued request to connect. Now that the main group is leaving, she can only get up, rub the giant panda and say goodbye to it. I'm leaving. The giant panda stopped eating bamboo, looking at her with a blank expression, and patted the spot beside him to indicate for Wen Youning to sit down. Not leaving. I'm leaving. Wen Youning smiled as she cradled the giant panda's head. I'll come back to play with you another time. Ow! The giant panda didn't stand up but directly hugged her leg. In the panda breeding base, the panda cubs also hang on the legs of the keepers like this. Some keepers are accustomed to being hung on, and they can still move freely with a panda cub hanging on their leg. However, the one hanging on Wen Youning's leg is an adult giant panda. I can't move at all, not even a step. Wen Youning rests her hand on the giant panda's head. Can I leave the bamboo all for you? Okay. It was originally for the giant panda. Whoa. Don't you? No leaving. It's hard to find a human to chat with, so I won't let you go. Wen Youning tried to take a step but couldn't pull away, so she could only stroke the giant panda's fur and said, You behave. The giant panda raised its head to bite her sleeve. In this bushy forest, Wen Youning is wearing long sleeves and long pants. It's a bit hot, but it can effectively prevent bug bites on the legs and arms. The giant panda clings to her and won't let go. Wen Youning rolled up her sleeves and said, Can I come to play with you next time? What? I don't believe it. Wen Youning chuckled lightly. Haha, you don't believe it. You don't believe it. What? Teacher Wen's next visit card has expired. Ha ha ha, the wild giant panda is really clever. Being in the wild, when will Teacher Wen come next? The giant panda is hanging on Wen Youning, constantly humming, just won't let go. The bamboo that hasn't been eaten is no longer fragrant. Suddenly, the giant panda's ears twitched as it raised its head to look at the cliff. Crash, crash, rubble rolled down from above. A black furball hung above, cautiously extending its claws downward. What is that? Wen Youning squinted her eyes. The tree obstructed her view and she could only see a general outline. She patted the giant panda, saying, "I'll go take a look." What? Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, the giant panda relaxed its grip. It was called a cliff, but it looked more like a horizontal protrusion of the mountain, with a cross-section appearing jagged and rocky. The black bear cub is covered in dust from falling down. At this moment, it is stuck on a rock in the middle, unable to go up or down. Wen Youning ran over, stood under the cliff, and looked up. The position of the black bear cub is quite high. Such a high cliff is obviously not something the bear cub climbed up by itself. It seems like it fell from above. It should have rolled halfway and been caught by the rock in the middle, but the cub's climbing ability is not strong, or rather, it can't climb at all. A small creature huddled on a rock, trembling. Mom. Why is so scary so high? The bear cub shivered as it looked down, and when it saw the humans, it let out a howl. Done. Someone found out. Little guy, don't move around. Wen Youning shouted, be careful not to fall down. Fan Songkang was not far away, coming over with a colleague to hold open his clothes for support, to prevent the cub from accidentally falling, while saying to Wen Youning, you step back first and let Xiao Wu go up, he can climb. When there are many people, the little black bear, which was already very anxious, became even more flustered when it saw someone climbing up, seemingly coming towards it, and suddenly became extremely agitated, frantically stretching its claws up. The staff below whispered, whatever you do, don't move. If the voice is too loud, they might scare the black bear cub, and if it's too soft, they fear it will continue climbing up. Wen Youning threw the backpack to Zhao Zi and said, help me hold this. Zhao Zi, teacher, when do you want to? The words came to an abrupt halt after the giant panda suddenly appeared. Zhao Zi. Everyone's attention was on the black bear cub, and for a moment no one noticed the approach of the giant panda. In an instant, Zhao Zi's body tensed up. This is just too close. He could even smell the bamboo that the giant panda had just eaten. Fortunately, the giant panda wasn't coming for him. With a swipe of its paw, it was about to take the backpack away. Zhao Zi instinctively tightened his grip, and the giant panda sensed the resistance, narrowing its eyes and baring its teeth at him. Before the warning could be issued, Zhao Zi relaxed his hand and raised it in surrender. After the giant panda got the backpack of Wen Youning, it contentedly waited below. Laughing to death, giant panda, if it's your bag, just take it. The backpack guy has lost his last value. No, don't be scared. Get it back, defend your dignity. Am I the only one curious as to why that little black bear fell from up there? Xiao Wu is still wandering around, testing the waters. Wen Youning found the right position and climbed without any protection. This is the first time climbing such a low cliff. Finding footholds is a bit tricky. I have rescued mountain goats before, and I've climbed steeper than this. Xiao Wu widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and silently signaled her to go down. Fan Songkang was originally staring intently at the black bear cub, and by the time he noticed Wen Youning, her hand had already reached out. What are you doing? When Fan Songkang closed his eyes, his mind was a mess, and the buzzing in his ears made him feel like his soul briefly left his body. Did you really just go up like that? With so many of us here, why is only Xiao Wu going up? Because he is a professional. Why are you making such a fuss? Fan Songkang had a million things he wanted to say, but he was afraid of scaring the black bear cub and making the already terrified cub fall down. He could only hold his breath, take a deep breath, and silently reassure himself that everything was fine. Wen Youning climbed to a certain height, and there was really no place to land above. She could only reach out her hand towards the little black bear. "Hi, little guy." The black bear cub kept making soft "oh" sounds, and when it saw Wen Youning extend her hand, it shrank its neck and moved to the other side a bit. Wen Youning softened her voice and said, "It's too dangerous here, can I take you down?" "Woo. Not good. I want Mommy." "I will take you to find Mommy. Mommy is not here." Wen Youning looked up and she could almost reach the mountainside. Wen Youning coaxed gently, "You're stuck here and your Mommy can't come over. Is Mommy still up there? If we leave early, maybe Mommy is still waiting for you." This statement is not entirely meant to comfort the little bear. If the black bear mother knew her cub had fallen, she would wander around above even if she couldn't chase it down, unless driven away by a predator. If you go early, the probability of successfully returning the black bear cub to its mother's embrace is very high. "Ow," the black bear cub hesitated a bit. "But Mom said people are very scary." "How could that be?" Wen Youning said to the little bear, while Xiao Wu was also trying to shorten the distance. However, at the next moment, the black bear cub suddenly turned around and saw Xiao Wu close at hand. Oh! In an instant, the little black bear was scared out of its wits. The cub, who was originally hesitant at this moment without saying a word, hugged Wen Youning's arm. Wen Youning took the opportunity to pull him into her embrace, caressing his fur. "All right, it's okay, sweetie. I've got him." However, if you find a bear cub in the wild, it's best not to hold it like this. Your scent could get on the cub, and its mother, the black bear, might abandon it. The specific situation should be analyzed specifically. If we don't hold on, will we let the cub fly down? A 3.5 somersault in the air. After Xiao Wu came up, the cub really lunged towards Teacher Wen. It was hilarious. The black bear cub looks like it is either still nursing or has just recently weaned. Most of the cubs seen during this period are those born by black bears during last winter's hibernation. Just came out of the cave, the cub is lively and active, full of curiosity about everything in the outside world. It is also very fragile. Generally, black bear cubs leave their mothers to venture out on their own after the age of 2. At this moment, the cub is still quite naive. Wen Youning felt that the little black bear in her arms was still trembling, so she chatted with it to divert its attention. "How did you fall down?" The little black bear didn't want to talk. "Mom takes the good food, the bear picks up the good food." "Didn't pick up anything." Wen Youning grasped the stone tightly and soothingly said to the cub, "Oh, you didn't find any food. What delicious thing is it? Sister will find it for you. Mom is calling for delicious fruits." The moment the inner voice fell, the little black bear buried in Wen Youning's arms suddenly lifted its head. "You can hear it." "Yes, sister can hear." Wen Youning lifted the black bear cub with one hand. "Not only can she hear, but sister also has a lot of delicious fruits. I'll give them all to you when we go down." Woo! The little black bear's eyes brightened up. A lot of delicious food. Wen Youning casually touched the little black bear's paw to check if it was hurt, but from where the little black bear fell to the ground wasn't actually that high. The distance they climbed was much longer. "Is there anywhere uncomfortable on your body? Do your paws hurt?" "Ow!" The little black bear shook his head. "It doesn't hurt." "As long as it doesn't hurt, that's good." Wen Youning stepped on the last stone and jumped down, landing steadily. "Wow, it's so small. I want to hug it too." Indeed, baby animals are the cutest. Fan Songkeng stepped forward, trying to take the cub from Wen Youning's arms, but as soon as he got close, before he could make any other move, the cub buried its head into Wen Youning's embrace and clung tightly to her neck with its paws. Fan Songkeng paused and said, "Give it to me." Wen Youning didn't hand it over directly but asked, "What will you do with this cub?" Fan Songkeng said, "Take it back to the park for a health check. If everything is normal, we can raise it at the zoo for now. It can be released back into the wild when it grows up. The zoo also has a black bear area, where the cubs can receive excellent care. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, "It's better for the cub to stay with its mother. I'll send it back." Fan Songking, why don't you listen to what you're saying? He just laughed. Send it back. Send it to the black bear. How would you send it? Let's not even mention whether you can find it or not. Even if you really get lucky and find it, you stretch out your hand and say, "Hello, black bear, here is your child." Like that. Fan Songking said, "Really don't mess around. Let me handle this." When Youning stepped back a bit, "You all go back first. I'll return the cub and then come find you." Taking the cub to the zoo is not the best solution for the cub, but it is the simplest and the option that can provide care for the cub. Sending it back to its mother is definitely the best option. "Hey, stop!" Fan Songking quickly sensed something and reached out to stop them. Wen Youning shouted, "Help me stop them." She had already promised little black bear to take it to find its mother, and even if it had to be sent to the zoo, that was something to think about only after it was confirmed that they couldn't find black bear's mother. Promises made to little animals must be kept. Zhao Zi instinctively stepped forward as the giant panda shook its head and rushed into the chase, while lowly growling, "Roar." The giant panda's roar made everyone stop in their tracks. Zhao Zi. Oh, it wasn't talking to me. I thought it was my turn to go up. The giant panda is just responsible for blocking people. It hasn't done anything else, but the roars of the wild beast at close range still make everyone retreat. The person with anesthesia holds tightly, unsure whether to hit or not. At such a close distance, if we hit it, the panda won't be anesthetized instantly and will instead become enraged. The giant panda will definitely be able to pin him down before the anesthesia takes effect. At that time, it will be a case of trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing rice. Fan Songking saw Zhao Zi and gritted his teeth. "Is that your colleague?" Yeah, Zhao Zi acted dumb. He believed that Wen Youning could do it, but it was impossible to convince everyone to let go of their worries just by talking. After all, sending cubs to a black bear is something that already feels very surreal just by hearing about it. Moreover, Wen Youning is doing this in front of so many people. Don't worry, she knows what she's doing. After Zhao Zi said this, her heart felt empty. Ah, is that really the case? Forget it, the scene must be held up first. Fan Songking said angrily, "This is against the rules." Without a second thought, Zhao Zi stated, "I will immediately message the park to deduct her year-end bonus and publicly criticize her throughout the entire zoo, ensuring every single animal in the park knows about it." Fan Songking took a deep breath, feeling dizzy from Zhao Zi's provoking words. Fu Xia pushed Zhao Zi's shoulder and said, "Stop talking. What if he calls the police later?" Zhao Zi hesitated and said, "Call the police. Say that my colleague found a bear cub and brought it to its mother. Can they even file a case?" Fu Xia, if you say it like this during an emergency call, the police might arrest you for occupying the emergency line. Why is Teacher Wen so quick on his feet? Goodness, he's darting around like a rabbit. In the zoo, the space was limited and he couldn't fully express himself. Now back in the original forest, this guy is like a clockwork toy. Run slower, it's too exhausting for the giant panda to chase. Wen Youning ran a long way without stopping until she couldn't see the person behind her, and only then did she slow down little by little and start walking forward. The little black bear saw her breathing unevenly as she ran and stuck out its tongue to breathe as well. "Why are you panting?" Wen Youning pointed at the little chubby boy. When she first held him, he felt quite light, but when running with the weight, she felt it had become heavy. The arm holding the little black bear was somewhat numb now. She switched arms and shook her numb arm. It was evident that the little black bear was well taken care of by his mother. The giant panda rushed over Wu. "Coming," Wen Youning turned around and hugged the giant panda's neck. Where is the neck? The shoulder should be the neck. Forget it. Wen Youning lightly slid her hand up, placing her palm on the fluffy back of the giant panda's head. The giant panda sniffed the black bear cub in her arms. Generally, giant pandas do not conflict with black bears, but if a black bear invades its territory, a fight is inevitable. The giant panda has no hostility towards the cub. To be precise, it has no reaction at all, seeming a bit too lazy to respond. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable hanging like this? Wen Youning adjusted the straps of the backpack, feeling that it would be very uncomfortable to be wrapped like this. Wen Youning turned around, picked up the backpack to put it on properly and said, "Come on, let me help you with this." The large hiking backpack is still a bit small for the giant panda. Wen Youning adjusted the backpack straps to their maximum, so that carrying it for the panda wouldn't be as constricting as it was earlier. She tugged at the corners of the hiking backpack to straighten it out. "All right. Well, look at that. Found myself a little backpack buddy while out. Bears that can carry backpacks are well behaved. I'm curious about how to find Mama Bear. I can't just ask along the way like I did when I first arrived. After all, little animals don't know that many black bears, and which ones are just cubs' mothers." After Wen Youning finished preparing the backpack, she went in front of the giant panda, hugged the cub and said, "Could you sniff a bit more, and then take me to find its mama, okay?" Giant pandas have a sense of smell more than 7 times that of dogs. They possess large nasal cavities and a rich olfactory nerve network. Is this right? Having the giant panda help find the black bear is theoretically feasible, but how did you go straight to putting it into practice? In this kind of place, Teacher Wen seems to be playing on easy mode and is thriving. Wen Youning asked, "Can it be found?" The giant panda sniffed and shook its nose. "Owl. Sure. Here." The panda is leading the way ahead. Wen Youning carried the little black bear in her arms. "Let's go. Time to find your mommy." What? Giant pandas have no natural enemies in the wild. Those stronger than them will hesitate to engage in fierce battles for food, while those weaker will hide far away upon sensing their presence. Therefore, having a giant panda nearby is very safe. Wen Youning extended the retractable trekking pole, poking and walking, clearing away small insects that the giant panda had passed by but hadn't managed to escape. Unknowingly following behind the giant panda, they slowly ventured deeper. The outer edge is adjacent to the highway, but inside it is an undeveloped nature reserve. Most outside understanding of the interior comes from drone footage. Many young adventurers from around the world come to this place to play. Danger and reward coexist. However, once something goes wrong, unofficial rescue teams' phone numbers and money cannot coexist. Sometimes, even if you have paid, it does not guarantee a safe exit. Walking inside, Wen Youning has to be more cautious than walking on the outskirts. The branches and leaves overhead block out the sun, and the smell of bones and rotting meat left by carnivores is hardly pleasant. But it is certainly much better than the notorious rainforest air. At least there is no toxic miasma. The cubs fall from above. There is no direct route up, and there are no stones to gain leverage to keep climbing, so we must take a detour to get over there. The giant panda walks in front, not too fast, with a leisurely air that has the momentum of one man standing against thousands. The little black bear is no longer as tense and fearful as at the beginning, now using its claws to tug at the dangling hair of Wen Youning, opening its mouth to bite. When Wen Youning entered the forest, she had already tied her hair up, and seeing this, she held the little bear's paw and tucked her loose hair behind her ear, saying, "You can't eat that." "What?" Wen Youning gently patted the cub's back. The giant panda in front stopped. She said suspiciously, "What sound?" "It seems like something is running." Oh, the cub in Wen Youning's arms was very excited, as if it already recognized who was running over. The next moment, an adult female black bear rushed out from inside. Wen Youning instinctively blocked in front of the giant panda to prevent them from fighting, preparing to let the black bear see the cubs and calm down first. The giant panda was about to pounce after going around Wen Youning. As a result, the black bear didn't glance away, didn't look at them at all, as if they didn't exist, and directly ran past. Wen Youning. The giant panda was also stunned. The black bear ran over while secretly muttering in his heart, "Fool, still standing there, why not hurry up and run?" However, only after rushing out did he realize what he had just seen, and he abruptly stopped his movements. What is that person holding? Familiar. The black bear is a bit conflicted standing next to the giant panda. Forget it, let's run for now. Say, not running. The black bear was incredibly hesitant, and finally just turned and climbed up the tree. They are excellent climbers, and it's easy for them to climb such tall trees, especially since the branches are dense enough to support an adult black bear without falling. What does this mean? So fake, isn't it really acting? So it means the black bear comes out but doesn't hurt people, instead climbs a tree. How strange. Chasing the black bear. What beast would scare the black bear? For a moment in this unfamiliar forest, Wen Youning couldn't guess what kind of animal it would be. To be safe, Wen Youning had no intention of facing the opponent on land, so she patted the giant panda and said, "Let's go, let's climb a tree. Let's get to a safe place first before talking about anything else." The giant panda was confused, and in the time it took to raise its head, Wen Youning had already chosen a sturdy big tree nearby and climbed up. It followed closely behind. The giant panda is also a natural climber and often likes to climb trees to play. Wen Youning had just stabilized herself when the giant panda closely approached her. "It's too heavy." Wen Youning is worried that the branch won't be able to hold it. Before her words could finish, a frantic voice interrupted her. A brownish-yellow creature, covered in long hair, with a pair of distinctive horns that rise from its head and then curl inward near the tips. It rushed forward in a panic. What is coming towards us next is a prison sentence of 3 to 6 years. It's the antelope. Is it chasing the black bear? Why does it feel like the antelope is even more panicked than the black bear? If a black bear intrudes into the antelope's territory, it will be expelled by the antelope. But at this moment, the antelope's behavior. Wen Youning lay on the back of the giant panda, looking down, while the little black bear revealed its round black head next to her. After the antelope sped past, a figure quietly and quickly approached. Wen Youning suddenly widened her eyes, moved her lips, and silently said, "Is that a tiger?" Wen Youning's eyes widened slightly as the tiger silently and swiftly passed by, chasing after the antelope. Its large body was surprisingly agile, the massive figure flashing past in front of me. A quick glance revealed that Wen Youning did not clearly see the characteristics of this tiger, but the tiger that could appear here is very likely a South China tiger. However, this tiger's size seems to be larger than the South China tigers recorded in the data. The South China tiger has become extinct in the wild. The South China tiger is a unique species of our country and is one of the top 10 most endangered animals in the world. Humans have cleared forests and expanded residential areas, beginning to compete with tigers for living space, which has intensified the conflict between humans and tigers. Since 1957, anti-tiger teams have been established, and under the high pressure of anti-tiger hunting and poaching at the time, the number of wild South China tigers has sharply decreased, and even those hiding in the Kinling Mountains have not been spared. In 1954, the last South China tiger found in the wild was shot dead. There are now only about 240 left in the world, a result of human intervention, and they are affected by inbreeding. The mortality rate of young South China tiger cubs during their first year can reach as high as 45%. The species is critically endangered, and according to the evidence, this subspecies seems to have been extinct in the wild. Then just now. Since the early 1970s, no one has seen a wild South China tiger, nor have there been any related reports. The only news related to the wild South China tiger is that a villager once falsely claimed to have seen one. The incident caused quite a stir and was even reported in the newspaper, but it was later confirmed that he had lied, and he was sentenced at the time. There is a possibility that some individuals still exist in the wild, but after discussions among animal experts, this probability is extremely low, and the South China tiger is considered completely extinct in 12 counties, making wild existence even more unlikely. But it turns out it really exists. It's just hiding in the deep mountains and forests. Wen Youning followed the giant panda in and without realizing it, walked quite a way. Looking back at the path, it was pitch black with no end in sight. Just now, the South China tiger quietly ran past while hunting its prey. If it weren't for the black bear panicking and running over, even Wen Youning wouldn't have guessed that a fierce beast was chasing behind. The South China tiger moves so lightly in its familiar terrain. Wen Youning paused for a moment, raised her eyes towards the live streaming equipment, only to see it flying up into a tree. Perhaps the live streaming equipment is still adjusting its angle, but now the lens is covered by leaves. Not capturing the South China tiger, Wen Youning breathed a sigh of relief. Who allowed you to climb the tree? Can't the live streaming equipment be smarter? If it flies this high, how can I see the leaves? It's all stuck like a PowerPoint presentation, so what happened down there? Someone come quickly and tell me what animal is chasing the black bear. Wen Youning reached out to take down the live streaming equipment and was momentarily startled by the bullet scream. Black bear. She turned her head and saw the black bear in the neighboring tree also looking this way. The South China tiger had just left. The black bear would not recklessly come down from the tree to avoid being ambushed by the tiger. Woo! The black bear lifted its chin as if wanting to come closer to sniff, its gaze fixed on the black bear cub in Wen Youning's arms. Familiar. Is this your child? Wen Youning held up the cub for bear to recognize. There is no situation where black bears help each other raise their young. Mutual assistance rarely exists, and if it does, it's extremely rare. Most black bears will not hesitate to give a big slap if conspecific cubs annoy them. Hey y'all. Yes. One and another one and one more. The black bear lowered its head and looked through the branches, seemingly observing whether the South China tiger would come back. After hearing its inner voice, Wen Youning slowly raised her eyebrows and asked, One. A black bear can have 1 to 3 cubs in a litter. From what it said, it seems there are still 2 cubs. No wonder. Wen Youning grabbed a branch and jumped down from the tree, placing the bear cub under the black bear tree. Where are your 2 cubs? The brown bear can fight against a tiger, but in comparison, the black bear has died at the tiger's jaws more often during their confrontations. However, even so, knowing that the tiger was chasing the antelope and not coming for the black bear, it shouldn't have been so frightened. The black bear came running in a panic. The only explanation is that this is a black bear with cubs. The defense of the black bear cub is roughly 0 in front of a tiger. When it casually takes a snap, the cub is directly done for. Chasing down an antelope requires effort to kill it, but a bear cub doesn't need to go through such trouble. If it really comes to a fight, the black bear mother is protecting her cub while fighting. It's only a matter of time before she's worn out by the tiger. The black bear is running in a panic, more like trying to divert the tiger's attention. When it sees the tiger chasing the antelope, it should have already prepared to lead the tiger away. At the very least, stay away from the place where it hides its cubs. Wen Youning guessed that if it weren't for the cub in her arms making the black bear look familiar, the black bear would have continued running for a while. Owl, the cub also recognized its mother at this point, standing up and pounding on the tree trunk with its front paws. Hug. The black bear first glanced at the giant panda slowly coming down behind Wen Youning. For a mother black bear, the approach of a predator is very dangerous. Wen Youning retreated to the bottom of the tree, catching the giant panda's paw that was coming down. It won't harm the cubs. Are we following you or is it leading the way? The black bear let out a low growl, came down from the tree, and chased after the cub while sniffing. Animals can distinguish their own young, and they also look, but more often rely on smell. The black bear sniffed around for a long time. The cub's scent was chaotic, with a human scent mixed in. However, this human scent felt quite strange to it, not repulsive, but rather very intriguing. If the giant panda weren't there, it might have approached Wen Youning to sniff and clarify. Finally found it, I knew teacher Wen could do it. How niche it is to hand over the lost bear cub to its mother. Wen Youning reminded, wild black bears are dangerous and aggressive. When hungry, they may eat people. Everyone should not take chances and approach them in the wild. It is said that in some Tibetan regions, bears can stand up in extreme weather with poor visibility to disguise themselves as humans to trick lost individuals into being eaten. Whether in the Tibetan area or the forest, black bears are undoubtedly dangerous. That said, where are those people who said, I can do it too, in Teacher Wen's live broadcast room making money now? I think the please do not imitate in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room is unnecessary. The black bear missed the opportunity to show its teeth just now when it first met Wen Youning, being chased by the South China tiger, and now looks at the cub, occasionally directing its gaze towards Wen Youning. Afraid they would fight, Wen Youning tried hard to stroke the giant panda gently. Casually slid into the bag carried by the giant panda and took out an apple. By the time I got there, the apples in the park had already been cut into pieces, making them hard to carry, and the cut surfaces were prone to oxidation. After searching the forest for half a day, I couldn't find the giant panda, and those apples would just rot away. Wen Youning only managed to save 2, which were still the zookeeper's post-meal fruit. Next time I come, I'll bring you more. Wen Youning gave the apple to the giant panda, and there were fewer bamboo shoots. The kinds of fresh fruit the giant panda can eat in the wild are limited, so I'll try to bring some for the giant panda to taste in the future whenever I have the chance. For the other apple, Wen Youning squatted down, gently tossed it, and the apple rolled over to the black bear. It bumped into the little black bear, which let out a howl, raised its front paw and dramatically lunged, overwhelmed by the sweet scent of the apple. The cub opened its mouth and the next moment it was empty. It blinked in confusion as the black bear bit off 2/3, leaving the remaining apple in the cub's paws. Think positively. Maybe the bear mom was worried the apple was poisonous, so she risked herself to test it. Cub mommy, do you really need to test so much to check for poison? Haha, mama bear also needs to grow. What's up with Teacher Wen? Why did he only bring this few apples? Let's leave first. Wen Youning was worried that the tiger would come back and cause conflict with the giant panda and the black bear. Compared to tigers, black bears can be considered to have a good temper, while giant pandas can be directly described as docile. Wen Youning glanced back at the direction the tiger left, fearing that returning would not be along the same path. Fortunately, with the giant panda accompanying, changing routes is not a big deal, and it even goes the same way as the black bear. It just means taking a long detour. In places like this, unless you are a professional, never enter. If you are going on an adventurous expedition, remember to report in advance and only go to areas where entry is allowed. Wen Youning explained while walking, do not imitate any of my actions. Just as the words fell, there was a flash of unusual color on a branch. Wen Youning quickly grabbed it, saying, "Look, this kind of snake, although it looks small, is highly venomous. If you're not careful and brush the branches aside, it might bite you suddenly. In a place without any villages or stores nearby, you might not even have time to dial 120. While so cute, keep your distance." Although still, as a popular science teacher, when you've restricted someone's throat. I don't know why, but it still feels like Teacher Wen is a bit more terrifying. Taking a close-up photo in front of the camera, Wen Youning put the little snake back on the branch. From ambush to being caught and then released, the little snake was so confused that it didn't have time to make a sound, and with a whoosh, it disappeared into the leaves. The giant panda finished eating its apple and saw a snake approaching. Although they mostly eat plant-based food, they will occasionally catch and eat snakes. Even the giant pandas in the reserves are not afraid of snakes. Keepers often see snakes sneaking and being played with by the giant pandas until they are barely alive, and they will take them out for rescue. "Ow!" The black bear suddenly cried out as it walked, followed by a continuous series of ow, ow sounds that lingered on, the tail end echoing for a long time. It seems to be calling for something. It seems to be calling for its cubs, Wen Youning said as she pulled at the edge of her gloves to let some air in. It looks like it was taking the cubs for a walk while being chased. After saying this, she paused. It might also be that it's taking the other two to the bottom to look for the cub that fell. This guess is quite reasonable. The black bear cannot rescue the cub hanging on the cliff from above, but down below, the mother black bear could use herself as a cushion, allowing the cub to fall, which should help with the impact. Wait a minute. If that's the case, it seems the black bear doesn't have time to dig a hole to hide the cubs before running away. Wen Youning asked, "Do you still remember where you hid the cubs?" The black bear's call clearly showed a moment of hesitation. "Push. Over here. Or over here." The black bear feels dizzy by itself. "Wen Youning," she said in disbelief, "you didn't just swat both cubs away with one paw, did you?" The black bear shook its head. Wen Youning let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Black bear woo. "A single paw." Wen Youning. The air pressure dropped early. "What does this mean? Can't the cubs be found?" "I just saw a black bear being chased. It was running so hard. The cubs definitely can't keep up. They wouldn't have been eaten, would they?" "Hey!" Black bear roar. "No. No stopping." The black bear said no. Wen Youning didn't mention that the South China tiger mainly preys on the antelope, and the black bear should have been observant to see if the South China tiger stopped while running. If the South China tiger did stop to eat the cubs, the mother black bear would just go back and give the South China tiger a slap. Even if it couldn't win, it still needed to attract attention so that the cubs could escape. Wen Youning said, "The black bear realizes the danger, pushes the cubs away from the danger zone, and attracts attention to itself to run. The decision is decisive and correct." The trekking pole poked through the grass, and Wen Youning chuckled, saying, "It's just that I have great hand strength. The only downside is that I have great hand strength. Safety is safety, but I just don't know where it flew off to. Look for it. There are trees nearby. They shouldn't fly too far in a straight line." Wen Youning patted the giant panda's head and reminded, "Don't bite when you find the cub. Bring it over to me, okay?" Woof! The giant panda found it quite interesting to look for the cubs, slowly wandering around nearby with its backpack. Wen Youning raised the live streaming equipment. "Everyone please help me look out for any signs of the cubs and remind me." Standing high allows for a better view, controlling the live streaming equipment below the height of the branches, enabling a view of further away. The ground is overgrown with shrubs and weeds, with no path. In some places, the shrubs have already grown to half a person's height. Wen Youning cautiously explored with each step she took. She calmed her mind and tried to listen to the hearts of the nearby animals. Fortunately, In the area just passed by the South China tiger, the flying insects and small animals startled by it were not nearby. Even though the South China tiger has left, the lingering power still prevents them from immediately turning back. So the heart's voice does not sound very chaotic. Woo, it hurts so much. Mom, help me. HMPH. The closer you get, the clearer the cries of the cubs in pain become. In the presence of an obvious and oppressive danger outside, even the cubs will lower their calls. If caught by a fierce beast, that cry goes without saying. Found it. Wen Youning parted the grass, and sure enough, she found a curled-up ball of black fur inside. Besides, there is a faint smell of blood. Just now, there was a clear pain indicating an injury. Wen Youning approached and squatted beside the black bear cub. Ow, ow. The black bear cub's eyes were wide open, constantly screaming. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to find your mom, okay? Wen Youning held onto the collar of the black bear cub. You're the second cub I've seen, I'll call you second. It's easier to identify the cubs by numbers. Owl, second struggled fiercely, but the cub's strength was still a bit insufficient under Wen Youning's grip. Wen Youning held the cub's paw to pick it up, and just as it nestled into her arms with its belly up, it bit Wen Youning's hand. Wearing gloves, the pain is not too clear, and Wen Youning pulled her hand out and the gloves didn't break at all. All right, isn't it very dangerous for you to lie here by yourself? Woof. Let go. That's not true. Mom, help. Your mother is ahead. Wen Youning pushed aside the weeds and returned. There were already 2 cubs beside Mama Black Bear. It looks like one has been found. It's injured. Wen Youning didn't rush to hand the cub over to the black bear, but said, let me check its wounds first. What? The black bear mother stretched out her neck, but after hearing Wen Youning's words, she really had no intention of taking the cub away and stayed by the side. The giant panda was wandering nearby. After circling around and not finding the cub, it returned. Seeing Wen Youning fiddling with the dark object, it curiously crouched beside her and went, ow. I am checking the wound, just in time for you to return. Wen Youning took off the giant panda's backpack, which contained the set of acupuncture needles she was accustomed to using. They couldn't be carried on the plane and were sent with Zhao Zi's checked luggage. However, aside from that, there are indeed few available medicines. Wen Youning thought for a moment and sent a message to Zhao Zi. Have you left the protection zone yet? Zhao Zi, I'm in the car, what's up? Is the black bear cub seriously injured? It seems that Zhao Zi is in her live broadcast room. It's not too serious. Wen Youning typed on her phone while saying, please help me prepare some medicine. I'll send you the names of the medicines. Also, make sure to bring some fruits. Zhao Zi, okay, send me your location and I'll deliver the items inside. Just the medicine is fine, but adding fruits and stuff makes it quite heavy. Wen Youning hesitated for a moment. The forest is too dangerous. It is obviously unsafe for Zhao Ziyi to go alone, and there is a chance of running into a tiger. If the staff comes along, there will be too many people, which isn't convenient either. No need. You prepare first, and when everything is ready, I'll call the giant panda to go get it. Wen Youning suggested a location. Let's go to where we met the giant panda before. Zhao Ziyi, okay? Wait for my news. The staff who entered to look for the sick giant panda withdrew from the reserve after Wen Youning brought the cub inside. But it was just a withdrawal and no one left. There was a tablet in the car, and many people rushed back to the car to watch the live stream. This seemed to be the only way for them to observe Wen Youning's current situation. Just as Zhao Zi was about to call the driver to start the car window was knocked on. Fan Songking stood outside and said, "You don't need to go. I've asked my colleagues at the park to help prepare." Before Zhao Zi could say anything, Fan Songking opened the car door first. "I have something to ask you about Teacher Wen." Zhao Zi. the medicine on hand is not very complete. Wen Youning could only do a simple treatment on the wound first. Fortunately, the wound on the cub is not very large. It's just a cut on the paw pad. The cub kept whimpering, so Wen Youning had no choice but to put the cub back into the black bear's embrace and said, "Don't lick it. There's medicine on the wound." After saying that, she instinctively patted the black bear's head when she withdrew her hand. After she finished, she froze in surprise. Messed up. Used to taking pictures of the fluffy head at home, starting to interact with the not-so-familiar black bear. Fortunately, the black bear is quite carefree and doesn't feel provoked by humans touching its head. Instead, it curiously follows Wen Youning's wrist to sniff. Like honey. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. This might also mean sweet. Buzz. The phone vibrated. The things are ready. Wen Youning glanced at the picture sent by Zhao Zi. Good, do you still remember those people from earlier? That man with black hair, he came to deliver something for me. Can you help me take it? Huh, the giant panda finished the last bit of tender bamboo shoots, tilted its head against Wen Youning's shoulder and looked at the photo. The picture shows a human it has seen before. Wow, the giant panda confidently accepted it, feeling full of confidence after successfully obtaining supplies, shook off its fur and prepared to set off. Wait a moment. Wen Youning emptied the backpack and reloaded the giant panda. This way we can carry more supplies. Lucky. Let the giant panda help you transport supplies. Wow wow. During World War II, the Soviet Union had a bear that transported supplies on the battlefield. Super cool. Cubs, how can you be so obedient, ready to go at a moment's notice? I asked my son to go downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce, and he could take all day, so I finally couldn't take it anymore and went to buy it myself. Giant pandas have super strong abilities. Wen Youning sat down next to the black bear, and before doing anything, the eldest cub climbed onto her lap. Awu. This cub has spent more time with her than the other two cubs, and it climbs up without any tension or fear. Delicious. What's delicious? Are you talking about apples? Wen Youning rubbed the little bear's ears. You have to wait for the giant panda to come back to eat apples. Wen Youning now only has some meat on hand. She picked and chose, selecting the softer dried fish. The black bear's diet includes fish, and the current cubs do not have the ability to tear large pieces of meat, so Wen Youning broke the dried fish into small pieces to feed it. The cub held the small piece of fish and chewed. The other two cubs looked on curiously, but the timid one dared not approach. The second one seemed to be lying in the black bear's embrace, but in reality, its eyes were almost crossed. Wen Youning held a small piece of broken fish in her palm and stretched it out towards the cubs. They were so scared that they averted their gaze, trembling with fear yet unable to resist their curiosity, making it clear that they were quite conflicted. Wen Youning gave a whole dried fish to the black bear, which had been split in half from the middle and dried, about the same height as a cut bamboo, just right for the bear to eat. They are all so cute it makes my heart soften. I'm not here to break up this family, I'm here to join this family. Please take me with you, I'm begging you. Although I don't have rich outdoor survival experience or animal rescue experience, I can pat cats. I've petted my 3 cats and 2 dogs, and my technique has received unanimous praise. Do you see the empty stone on the left? I guess it's prepared for me. I'm buying a ticket directly. The black bear eats crispy fish jerky, inevitably dropping crumbs which fall onto the head of the cub in its arms. The youngest cub, hiding behind it, licks the head of the second brother, whimpering. It's fragrant. Wen Youning placed the broken fish jerky on the stone next to her, saying, "Eat this." The little cub shrank its neck and blinked its eyes at Wen Youning. Wen Youning smiled and looked away. Only when not being watched did the little cub dare to come out from behind its mother, straining its small paws to reach out. A few pieces of dried fish fell down, and it eagerly bit them and scurried back to eat them behind its mother. The tail is sticking out, resembling a little hamster. The round and chubby appearance makes people feel a strong urge to touch. I want to poke, but I'm not very familiar with it yet. If I poke, the cubs might get agitated. Wen Youning temporarily held back and decided to poke after getting familiar. The second cub also started eating the fish scraps. For cubs of this age, these can only be considered snacks. Their main food still needs to be milk, or they'll have to wait for their mother to catch prey and tear the meat for them. Seeing them eat so heartily, Wen Youning also took a bite of a small dried fish, which, being dried sea fish, had a subtle fragrance, and the fishy smell wasn't too strong. Eating it without any seasoning is a bit better than the jerky I make myself. Little Dimple, Teacher Wen, help, it seems my dog is going to die. The comments flooded with urgent messages, and since the giant pandas weren't back yet, Wen Youning patted the food crumbs off her hands and clicked to answer. The girl's anxious face appeared on the screen, her eyes slightly red as if she was about to cry. Teacher Wen, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I'm really in a rush. It's been several days. My family's husky is not doing well. Wen Youning comforted her, saying, Don't be anxious. What specific symptoms does it have? It started to be down last week and kept wanting to go outside. I thought it just wanted to go for a walk, so I took it out, but it kept trying to break free from the leash. I came back and searched for reasons why dogs leave home. It said that when a dog is sick and uncomfortable, it feels like it is going to die and leaves home to find a place unknown to its owner to pass away. The husky's ears twitched, and the 3 fire patterns on its face combined with its droopy eyes and blue beast-like pupils conveyed a desire to go outside. And a faint sense of death. Huskies are very lively and energetic sled dogs, and it's pretty hard to tire them out. Xiaojiwo held her dog and choked up as she continued to say, After I learned the reason, I was very worried, so I hurriedly took it to the hospital. The doctor checked and said it had arrhythmia, prescribing a lot of medicine for it to adjust at home. But after taking the medicine for several days, it still wanted to go outside. Xiaojiwo sobbed as she displayed each page of the examination report in the live stream, saying, It's the dog I've had since college, and it has accompanied me for more than 3 years now. It's still very young, and I don't want to lose it. Arrhythmia won't kill you. A racing heartbeat after running is also arrhythmia. It shouldn't be a serious illness, right? Maybe the dog misunderstood, feeling uncomfortable and thinking it's going to die, but in reality, it's nothing. Did I see it wrong? The husky seems to have rolled its eyes. Me too. The husky shook its head and struggled out of the embrace of the small wine pit, took a heavy breath in its abdomen, and called out in boredom, Woo! Why are you crying again? Annoying. Can I go wander off? I really don't want to get involved in your matters. 2 months of dating, 1.5 months of fighting. I really envy the stray dogs outside. Xiaojiwo endured and endured, but tears still rolled down the corners of her eyes, and her tone was despairing. Teacher, when is there any hope for my baby like this? Yes, Wen Youning did not answer directly but said, I'll type a private message to you, as the matter might involve your privacy. It's okay, Teacher Wen. Just say whatever you need to say, I can handle it. Xiaojiwo only wanted to know what illness her dog had. She didn't have the mood to check private messages. Hearing this, Wen Youning used a branch to prop herself up against her back. The bare stones hurt her. Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? Yes, that's right. The girl with dimples suddenly brought it up. Does it have to do with my boyfriend? Wen Youning, pretty much. Woof, the husky raised its eyes, keenly noticing the human in the phone. Ignore her. Talk to the dog. The husky ran over. Woof woof au. Do you know how I've been spending my days? Finally finding a human who can understand what he is saying, the husky's desire to vent is overwhelming. She cried all night after arguing with that stinky man, and Wang comforted her the whole time. The whole night, Wang. Wang is about to become a comfort dog. Wang was so tired that he could barely stand, but after managing to cheer her up, they woke up together and everything was good again. I still have to go on a date in the park. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. The husky is getting more and more excited, panting heavily with its tongue out. It's similar to the state after running 1,000 meters. Baby, don't get excited, calm down, calm down. Xiao Jiuao was worried it would suffer from breathing problems and kept patting its belly to help it relax. Teacher Wen, what's the situation now? Wen Youning said, irregular heartbeat, it should be because you upset it. Xiao Jiuao, what? What? You can make a husky sick, sister, you are quite a talent. Wen Youning saw the husky constantly looking up, indicating that she should tell all those words to the owner. She organized her language to make the whole matter as simple and understandable as possible. It comforts you all night, but in the end, you turn around and reconcile with your boyfriend, making it angry. It doesn't feel like it's sick and dying, but rather thinks about going out to be a stray dog. Woof. Right. If you can't raise a dog, don't try. With little dimples, her eyes were red, crying halfway, thinking the dog was going to die, and her emotions were all the way there, but in the end. Is it really true? Wen Youning tightly pressed her lips together, closed her eyes and nodded. It's over. The best friend who advised a breakup 100 times is holding a wedding with her boyfriend, and I'm going to attend. This time I'll really be at the same table as the dog. Dog, I hope my ears become deaf immediately. Ha ha ha, even the dog can't stand it. Laughing to death, dog, this family is not worth it. Little Dimple trembled. Then what should I do now so that it won't get angry? Woof. Break up. Little Dimple, it's saying. Wen Youning, I advise you to break up. Woo-woo, okay, I'll break up. Little Dimple cried as she hung up the call. The husky rushed in front of the camera. Ow. Well done, person. You helped the dog get rid of the bad guys, so you'll have a share in this family from now on. Wen Youning didn't have time to respond, and the video link went dark. The black bear cub made a sound like fried chicken while eating fish jerky. Just hearing it makes me feel crunchy and crisp. Woo! Little old three lay by the stone where the fish jerky was, and all the fish jerky had already been eaten. Not a single crumb left. Still want to eat. Wen Youning's eyes were curved with a smile as she broke off some more for it. There will be fresh fish later. The fish slices in the backpack have all been given away. I can only ask Zhao Zi to prepare some more. Ow! Just as I was speaking, the giant panda excitedly ran out of the forest, carrying 2 mountaineering bags on its back that were 2 to 3 times larger than Wen Youning's backpack. The way the giant panda runs, it seems as if it has nothing on. Here it comes. I'm back. Wen Youning put down the black bear cub in her arms. You've worked hard. Is it heavy? Woo! I don't feel it. Wen Youning picked it up to try. The weight was okay. Come, sit down and rest while eating something. There are plenty of fruits this time, and in addition, there are many things that weren't mentioned in the warm pomelo and lemon message. The warm pomelo and lemon guessed something and said to the live broadcast camera, "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, she opened the food backpack, shared the apples, and the bamboo and bamboo shoots were for the giant panda. The black bear could have some fruits and meat. The giant panda took a bite of half an apple, even eating the core. There are small amounts of toxins in apple seeds. Even if a panda eats all of them in my backpack, it wouldn't get poisoned, not even if it had a whole pack more. Dividing the food, Wen Youning reaches out to the injured cub. Little one, let's take care of your wound again. I just applied some medicine earlier. Now that we have saline solution, we need to rinse it well. Ow! The cub doesn't want to be treated. A little bit of dried fish is not enough to bribe the little bear cub. However, the black bear didn't lift its head at the sound of the cub. It focused on eating the apple it received, and upon noticing the cub climbing back, swatted at it with a paw. The cub rolled onto its belly, dazed, and found itself in Wen Youning's arms. Boo! Just as it was about to cry out, a small piece of apple was stuffed into the cub's mouth. For a black bear cub that has only come into contact with wild fruits in the wild, and might not have even eaten wild fruits during its cub phase, the apple tastes sweet and sour, with a bit of coolness, as if just taken from the refrigerator. On a hot day, taking a bite feels incredibly comfortable. For a moment, the cub even forgot to cry out. It might also be that its mouth is blocked, unable to call out. Cub Chuangchuan is sweet and lovely. Bears really love to eat apples. They eat so deliciously and crisply, but when eating by themselves, they can't experience that feeling. The cub's mouth is small, and it can't take a bite of the apple that's been stuffed in. It wants to use its paw to push it. But as soon as it lifts its paw, it gets it caught by Wen Youning. The black bear cub struggles a bit, pulls casually, and when it can't pull it out, it directly gives up and uses another paw to press down and eat. It was fine during the rinsing, I didn't feel much. But when it came time for the medication, Wen Youning lightly waved its paw and said, "It might hurt a bit. Just bear with it for a moment, it will be over quickly." The moment the medicine is applied, it will hurt, but the pain is very subtle. Mainly, it works well, and just one application is sufficient. It's suitable for animals. The black bear cub pressed down with one paw and ate ravenously, not knowing if it understood or not. Wen Youning lightly touched the bottle with her fingertips, tilting it to let the powder spill out. The leaves above her head moved without wind. She paused, adjusting the angle while holding the cub's paw, trying to find a place with better light to apply the medicine. Awoo! As soon as the medicine powder touched the wound, the black bear cub immediately cried out. Unfortunately, with an apple in its mouth, it dared not cry too loudly, afraid that opening its mouth too wide would make the apple fall. But it hurt, so it pressed the apple tightly into its mouth, eating while crying. It doesn't delay either. Haha, this apple is a big deal now. A bite will hurt your paw. Little glutton, let Auntie give you a kiss and you'll have an endless supply of apples to eat. I feel like the fluffy ones are quite easy to take care of, very understanding. The more I watch this live stream, the more I want to raise one. The premise of being understanding is that you can communicate right. In the humph of the cubs fighting to the death with the apple, Wen Youning put away the medicine bottle. I wrapped it up with gauze, not to prevent the cub from licking, as the taste of this medicine is quite unpleasant for the cub, and it usually won't lick it a second time after trying it once. The main concern is that the cub might rub it off while walking. Just wrap it up for the night, and we can take it down tomorrow. At worst, I can come back again before the flight tomorrow. I'm already familiar with it. Wen Youning feels it will be much easier to come back next time. Ooh, the giant panda suddenly bared its teeth for no reason while eating an apple, stretching its neck to look around. The black bear seems to have been affected as well, no longer chewing the apple in its mouth and protecting its cub behind it. What's going on? Is there a situation? Is there an animal coming? But both the black bear and the giant panda are here, two bears. Teacher Wen is taking care of the cubs. Whoever comes has the strength to fight right. Wen Youning also felt as if something was staring at her. It felt fuzzy. Fortunately, the giant pandas and black bears did not remain alert for long. It seems the crisis was averted, and they both returned to their original positions, resuming their eating and drinking. Maybe a predator passed by. Wen Youning also did not hear any inner voice. It might not be a predator. It could be the sound made by birds landing that the black bear found unpleasant, which prompted it to issue a warning. That is also possible. Wen Youning wrapped the cub's paws in cloth and patted the little guy's tail. Go back to your mother. The black bear cub, with its paws wrapped in gauze, walked with some difficulty. Whoa. Strange. Wen Youning gently rubbed its small head. Don't bite and don't pull it down. I'll help you take it apart tomorrow, okay? As long as you don't tear it apart, I'll give you something delicious tomorrow. Aowu, the cub's ears twitched. Whether to tear it apart or not has become unimportant. After eating the apple, the cub clearly had a new understanding of food. People can heal. This person can heal. A strange voice suddenly sounded, and Wen Youning frowned slightly. She calmed herself down, relaxed her mind, and her inner voice became clearer and clearer. Take it away. I can help. I can survive. Humans are evil and should not be approached. It will kill us. If you don't ask for help, you will die. Do animals need help? Wen Youning heard the voice of the heart and felt it wasn't too close. The giant panda and the black bear had no reaction. Perhaps the owner of the voice had just passed by briefly before leaving. Its voice sounded very hesitant. Perhaps it was afraid of the black bear and the giant panda. Wen Youning took out the medicine backpack and conveniently put the needle inside. There is no surgical environment in the wild, and if the situation is very serious, they would need to discuss how to contact the staff outside to bring the injured animal back to the zoo for rescue. It stands to reason that one should not interfere with the life and death of wild animals, but having heard it, Wen Youning cannot just stand by. What's the situation? Let's go over and have a look first. Wen Youning packed up the things she might need, zipped up her bag and said, "You all wait for me here, I'll go out for a moment." The giant panda licked its lips, grabbed the half-eaten apple in its mouth, and pretended to walk with her. "You stay here too, there is still a lot of food over there. Not eating it would be a waste. I will come back to find you again in a while." Wen Youning rubbed the big panda's ears, letting it enjoy the food. "Woo! Good, I'll be quick." Wen Youning pressed her palm against the panda's head and rubbed it vigorously. Before leaving, Wen Youning secured the live streaming equipment in the tree. What does it mean, can't see? Teacher Wen, what are you going to do? Is it right not to take us with you? I'm going to rescue wild animals. I don't know the specific injuries. It's not good to live stream. Everyone can watch the Little Bear's Food live stream. I'll be back. Wen Youning set up the live stream equipment, only took her phone and left after waving at the live stream room and tossing out her telescopic hiking stick. The bullet comments were filled with ellipses. Very speechless, condemned the streamer. Wen Youning followed the call of the animals and their voices never stopped. It was clear that they wanted to seek help, but they hesitated, unwilling to move or come down. Stepping on the soft grass, Wen Youning couldn't help but sway, so she had to be even more careful. It's unstable to stand here, so reach out to hold the tree trunk. If you suddenly reach out without looking carefully, you may very likely be ambushed by small animals. Try to step steadily with each step, and only after you plant your foot firmly should you take the next step. Wen Youning swung the climbing pole in her hand horizontally and caught a glimpse of an unusual color amidst the lush greenery. A thick orange-yellow tail with black ringed stripes hung down. What are people coming for? Pretend not to know. Wait for someone to come and take it away. Wen Youning was far away, but at this distance, it was just 2 or 3 steps for the tiger's explosive power. The tiger clearly wanted to seek help, and the probability of it harming her is very low. So Wen Youning stood still, cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, you need my help, right?" Among the overlapping branches and leaves, the orange-yellow tail retracted with a swish. Wrong. Not needed. No, Wen Youning raised her head slightly, really. Seeking medical attention is about timing. Some illnesses need to be discovered and treated early, as delays may lead to irreversible consequences due to untimely treatment. The South China tiger showed no reaction. After retracting its tail, it seemed to quietly disappear into the tree. Wen Youning asked to herself, who is sick? Sister. What's wrong with your sister? Roar! The South China tiger suddenly realized something was wrong. leaped down from the tree and pounced towards Wen Youning. According to logic, turning your back on the tiger would actually provoke its interest in chasing you even more. But when such a large tiger rushes toward you, some people may be so scared that they freeze, while others with quicker reflexes will just turn and run. There is no completely accurate way to respond when being chased by a tiger. Wen Youning was knocked down by a South China tiger, her back hitting the soft grass, and she couldn't help but marvel at her foresight, stopping at the spot she had previously marked with her trekking pole. When being knocked down by a tiger, there is no need to worry about small animals coming out to gnaw at her clothes. The roar of the tiger left Wen Youning's face blank for a moment as she stared at the tiger. The appearance of the South China tiger is relatively easy to distinguish among many tiger species, with a slightly round head. Its fur features both short and narrow stripes. The spacing of the stripes is larger than that of the Bengal tiger and the Siberian tiger, and in addition, there are often diamond-shaped patterns on the sides of its body. With the current terrain as evidence, it can now be confirmed that the earlier guess by Wen Youning about the presence of a South China tiger was quite likely. It seemed that the South China tiger was dissatisfied with Wen Youning's distraction and let out another low growl. The roar of the tiger was already deafening, especially when it was almost right next to her ear. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes, her ears filled only with a series of chirps. The buzzing sound made my head feel dizzy. "You! How were you scared to death?" Looking at the tiger just inches away and its oppressive teeth, Wen Youning reminded, "Be careful not to let your saliva drip on my face." The tiger's heart skipped a beat for a moment. "Roar!" The South China tiger roared again in frustration. The tiger's broad front paw rested on her shoulder. It seemed like a light touch, but in reality, Wen Youning felt as if she were nailed to the ground. "Calm down, I think you need my help." Although Wen Youning appeared to be at a disadvantage, she was actually in control of the pace. Aside from her sore shoulder, with the tiger pressing down, the already stagnant air around them became increasingly thin. After being pressed for a while, even if the tiger is only scaring her and has no intention of eating her, she will still be suffocated by the tiger. The South China tiger is of medium size, smaller than the Siberian tiger and the Bengal tiger, but the weight of an adult male South China tiger should not be underestimated. Taking advantage of the moment when the tiger was no longer growling, Wen Youning asked, "What illness did your sister have?" "Roar. Not sick. Can't give birth." "What?" Wen Youning's expression changed. She thought that the worst-case scenario for a wild South China tiger was just being injured during hunting. Dystocia. The South China tiger did not understand what this meant. Wen Youning immediately forgot about herself being pinned down by the South China tiger and asked urgently, "If she can't give birth, both the mother tiger and the cubs are in danger. Take me there, I can help you. When did it start appearing?" Wild tigers do not understand the terminology used by humans. She thought for a moment and changed her question, saying, "When did it start giving birth?" "How? I don't know. The dawn was beat now. Hunt to feed, sister. If you want to go over, you can forget it." Wen Youning took a deep breath. "So that was this morning. Can it eat normally?" "It is correct to supplement energy with food." "Roar!" The South China tiger was very annoyed by the question and didn't want to answer. Yet it couldn't help but think about it, and after thinking it through, it became even more annoyed when others heard it. "I don't know, I didn't see it. It was sent in and beat now." Wen Youning nodded, raised her hand to hold the front leg of the South China tiger and said, "Then let's discuss it again. Prolonging the production time is very dangerous. Your sister is getting weaker and you should be able to sense that, right? Take me over and I can help your sister. If we delay any further, even if I go, it will be too late." The South China tiger emitted a low woo from its throat, its eyes scrutinizing this strange person from top to bottom. Take it, don't take it. Take it. No. The South China tiger felt very conflicted. Wen Youning took advantage of its distraction to push away the tiger claw that had already slackened on her shoulder. Don't hesitate, lead the way quickly. Roar! The South China tiger stepped back, glaring at her with an unfriendly expression. Dare to play tricks and you'll pay for it. After the warning, it finally flicked its tail and turned around. Woo! Keep up. Wen Youning picked up her backpack, patted it and ran after them. After the 1980s, the number of wild South China tigers has become very few. In the early 21st century, relevant organizations conducted large-scale investigations in the habitat of the wild South China tiger, yet there were still no traces of the South China tiger. Occasionally, there were reports of people hearing tiger roars in the South China tiger's habitat, but there has been no definitive proof. Wen Youning watched the South China tiger lightly jump onto the ruined wall in front of her and felt that some rumors might not be groundless. You should run a bit slower. She grabbed onto the rock looking for a place to step. No matter how anxious I am, my speed in such places will inevitably slow down. If you accidentally fall, you could end up with broken bones. I'm not afraid of getting hurt, but mainly worried about delaying things. The South China tiger has jumped to the top, looking back at Wen Youning, who has still not climbed up after a long time, pacing anxiously above, and finally jumped down, pretending to bite Wen Youning. I'll take you. I can't take you. Wen Youning tugged at the collar that was choking her neck because of the pulling from behind. You go up and tell your sister that you brought someone to help. I'll climb by myself. Roar! The South China tiger let her go and ran back up. There were faint sounds coming from inside, and after the South China tiger went up, a tiger roar came from inside. Get out! What? The voice of the South China tiger sounds a bit wronged, softly, ow woo. Taking advantage of their conversation, Wen Youning quickly grabbed all the stones in sight that could be used and climbed up rapidly. From below, it looks like a small protrusion, but once you climb up, the view on top becomes clear and broad. In the layered mountains, there is a feeling that climbing to the top is like standing at the foot of another mountain. Further inside, there is a tiger stuck halfway in a cave, leaving half of its backside exposed. The sounds quieted down, and I don't know what they talked about. The South China tiger came out of the cave backward, its fur a bit tousled, apparently having endured a few slaps. Woo! The South China tiger shook its fur. Person! Come in! Wen Youning nodded, looking like she had made an agreement with her sister. As she walked in, she took off her backpack. The entrance of the cave was small, but it was relatively spacious inside, and as soon as she entered, a strong smell of blood struck her. A South China tiger lay in the grass pile, breathing heavily, its abdomen rising and falling rapidly, and its eyes slowly narrowing. Person! Wen Youning took off her mountaineering gloves, opened the medical gloves and put them on. Hello, your brother should have told you why I'm here. Do you mind if I check you? The South China tiger closed its eyes for a moment. The prolonged labor had already left her weak, and after shouting at her brother, it seemed uninterested in responding once the situation was cleared up. Wen Youning only thought it was an agreement and carefully placed her hand on the South China tiger's belly. Roar! There was no malice, just a simple reflex of opening its mouth. Wen Youning immediately sprang forward in a leap. This habit of protecting its belly, like a knee-jerk reflex, may not have been the intention of the South China tiger. The South China tiger paused and said, "Grr. Sorry. Scared the person." It's okay, I wasn't actually scared. Wen Youning tried to step forward again, smiling as she reassured, I was mentally prepared. Without an ultrasound examination, Wen Youning can only rely on her tactile skills and experience. Given this situation and location, it is not very realistic to perform an ultrasound on a South China tiger. Wen Youning disinfects the needle. There are some acupoints that can help animals give birth. Unless absolutely necessary, it is not possible to perform major surgery in this kind of place, so the focus is on assisting with delivery. I will need to go around to your back shortly to help you with labor. What? MHM. You don't have to be afraid. Wen Youning squinted her eyes and looked at the South China tiger, who was already tired and panting, and said, "There might be some pain. Try not to make any large movements." She walked behind the South China tiger and brushed aside the fur on its body. Even through the gloves, I could feel the thick plush fur of the South China tiger. Wen Youning found the right acupuncture point and said, "I'm starting now." The South China tiger let out a low growl. After getting a response, Wen Youning began to slowly insert the short needle, observing the reaction of the South China tiger and preparing to run at any moment. But the South China tiger had no reaction at all. Perhaps the pain of giving birth was too intense, leaving no room to notice other sensations of pain. While acupuncture, Wen Youning guided, tried to exert some force. Woo! The South China tiger lets out a whimper, its claws digging tightly into the ground, the hay scattered into a pile. Wen Youning observes the situation and adjusts the needle based on the state of the South China tiger. The needle is removed and replaced, adjusting the position and angle for insertion. The South China tiger's breathing is getting faster and faster. Zeawoo! As the South China tiger's abdomen surged violently, the wet cub fell onto the weeds. A small lump showed no reaction whatsoever. The South China tiger licked its child, nudging it with its nose, seemingly trying to elicit some response. "Come, give it to me." Wen Youning took out the dropper she had prepared earlier. The one-piece dropper was originally used for dispensing medicine, and she had brought a whole box in her backpack. She pried open the tiger cub's mouth with her thumb, placed the tip of the dropper in the cub's mouth, and squeezed the plastic head above to suck out the amniotic fluid from the tiger cub's mouth. Gently pressing the cub's chest with my fingertip in a rhythmic manner, I changed the pipette 3 times. The previously motionless cub now reacted, extending its claws in discomfort, and let out a small whine. Woo! The low voice is like a cat's meow. There is a reaction. Wen Youning let out a sigh of relief. In the stifling environment and with her tense nerves, she was highly focused, and it took her a moment to realize how fast her heart was beating. "Okay," Wen Youning returned the rescued cub to its mother tiger, "let's take a look at your child." The South China tiger sniffed at the cub and licked it. Wen Youning went to take the acupuncture needles. She was used to bringing them wherever she went, and they happened to come in handy. The things she used were all over the place. She tidied up the clutter and, as she turned around, kicked the wild boar beside her. She was too nervous just now, plus the visibility in the cave was poor. She was fully focused on assisting the South China tiger with giving birth, and with the amniotic sac breaking, there was already a bloody smell, so she didn't notice that there were other animals in the cave. It seems that it should have been chasing the antelope but missed it and switched targets instead. Wen Youning tidied up the things and said, "If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, remember to tell me." Whoa! The South China tiger raised its head and gently nuzzled Wen Youning's hand. Awa! The South China tiger guarding outside the cave did not know what was happening inside and curiously poked its head in. Roar! The mother tiger protecting the cubs bared its teeth at it. Get lost! The South China tiger swiftly pulled its head back. The mother tiger turned her head and continued to rub against Wen Youning. All right, mother and baby are safe. You should also take a good rest. Wen Youning took the opportunity to clean up some of the bloodied hay. They're pretty clever and know to bring some hay to use as bedding. Wen Youning came out to throw something away, and at the entrance, the South China tiger's paw was scratching at something. She curiously looked at what it was doing for a while, only to find that the South China tiger suddenly became anxious and covered it up. She raised an eyebrow, increasingly curious. What are you hiding? Woo-woo. Not hiding anything. Not yours. Wen Youning frowned slightly. Mine. Roar. No. Once a tiger is caught, it belongs to the tiger. Teacher Wen, is that you, Teacher Wen? Roar. Shut up. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The broken stone is so annoying. It's not fun at all. Wen Youning. How is there? Zhao Ziyi's voice. She instinctively reached for her pocket, empty as ever. Where's my phone? Wen Youning, is my phone the one you're sitting on? Woo. No. What is a mobile phone? Let me take a look. Wen Youning felt a bad omen when she heard someone speak. She dug out the mobile phone that had been crushed under the tiger's paw. The screen was shattered into pieces, showing signs of severe damage. As soon as she picked it up, the screen fell off, hanging by a few wires. She hurriedly turned her hand back, pressed the screen down, and on the fragmented screen, it showed that she was on a call with Zhao Ziyi. Answering and making calls do not require screen unlocking. When Youning closed her eyes, it would be better if it were broken. After falling apart like this, you're still so strong. Hello, Teacher Wen. Don't make noise, I didn't hear wrong, it's definitely Teacher Wen's voice. Teacher Wen, don't worry, we are already organizing a rescue team. No need, Wen Youning hurriedly interrupted Zhao Ziyi. I'm doing fine right now, no rescue is needed. Zhao Ziyi heard Wen Youning's response and her racing heart finally relaxed. Teacher Wen, you scared me to death, suddenly calling and not saying a word. I thought something went wrong. Especially with no one visible in the live broadcast. The black bear and the giant panda were not by my side. Wen Youning was all alone inside and didn't know where to run off to. Zhao Ziyi felt his vision black out, and if he had known it would be like this, he would have risked being crushed by the giant panda to follow along. Fan Songkang's voice sounded. Hello, Teacher Wen, was that the sound of a tiger just now? Wen Youning slowly raised her eyes to meet the curious gaze of the South China tiger, which blinked and turned its face away, exhaling through its nostrils as if to scoff. What are you looking at? Wen Youning said, no, you heard wrong. Although Fan Songkang asked this way, he already had a guess in his heart. He just wanted to confirm it with Wen Youning, but he didn't expect to get this answer. Instead, he was taken aback and said, really? It sounds a bit like a tiger's roar to me. Wen Youning, what cat is making a sound? Fan Songkang, it's the tiger's roar. Wen Youning responded fluently, yes, it is indeed unfilial for giant pandas not to support black bears. Fan Songkang had already realized that Wen Youning was playing dumb. I said it was the roar of the tiger. Wen Youning, this broken phone can't hear anything clearly. I'll definitely replace it sooner or later. Fan Songkang, I have read it all. Every sentence has a response, but every sentence is lost. Sai, no more talking, let's chat when I get back, Wen Youning said as she was about to hang up the phone. She poked the hang-up button for a long time without any response, so she simply tapped wildly on the cracked screen, not knowing what she was hitting, but in the end, she successfully hung up. Wen Youning helplessly pointed at the South China tiger. The tiger didn't even look at her, probably used to being scolded by its sister. Sensing that it was about to be reprimanded, it had its ears pinned back against its head, tilting its head away, ignoring her. Oh you, Wen Youning sighed helplessly, and when she turned to go back into the cave, the South China tiger suddenly stretched out its paw and blocked her way. Woo! Bring it here. It's the tiger's. Sigh, fine. Wen Youning pulled out the SIM card, handed the phone to it. Don't bite, there's a battery inside, just play with it but be careful. The South China tiger rolled its eyes. HMPH, does the tiger think it's dumb enough to play around with it? The tiger casually swiped with its paw, and the phone got stuck on the edge of the stone. Woo! The South China tiger shook and hurriedly chased after it, lying on the edge to look at its toy then. With a gentle push on the precariously balanced phone, it knocked the phone down. Wen Youning. I seem to know why the phone got broken like this. If you throw it like that, even a piece of iron would get all dented. You go ahead and play. This South China tiger seems big but is as lively and active as a cub. By the way, where did you get the hay in your cave? She took out the bloodied ones and there were only a few left, planning to add some new ones in. Woo. I don't know. I've never done it. Wen Youning wondered, you've never done it, how could there be hay inside? Ouch. It was already there. It was stolen, so it's there. Then, though, taken from other animals. The South China tiger can be considered the strongest in this protection zone, especially with two South China tigers together. There should even be a third one, the father of the cubs inside. The South China tiger is not a social animal. Two tigers cannot coexist in one mountain. Sometimes even one male and one female cannot stay together. After the mating period, the female tiger will chase away the male tiger and give birth alone. However, there are very few wild South China tigers left, and it is uncertain whether they will band together for warmth. Wen Youning couldn't find hay, so she had to go back and spread out some hay from the thicker area on the ground and cover another section with it. The tiger cubs have not yet opened their eyes but are already nursing. Although the newborn tiger cub is wet, it has fur on its body. The South China tiger usually has 1 to 3 cubs per litter, and sometimes 2 to 3 is more common. The South China tiger that had just given birth was eating its sharp teeth easily tore through the wild boar's skin and flesh, enjoying this feast. After Wen Youning finished her work, she found a place to sit down and observe the cub's state pop. A lump of bloody meat was thrown in front of her. The South China tiger licked its blood-stained mouth and slightly raised its chin. Woo. Here you go. Eat more. I won't eat. Wen Youning declined the South China tiger's kindness and returned the meat to it. Roast it to eat. You need to use fire. You still know about barbecuing. Wen Youning was taken aback. Have you seen people before? What? Yes. Cowardly scared away. Wen Youning guessed that it should be tourists who came to adventure and violated regulations by entering the depths of the protected area. There is no definite news about wild South China tigers from the outside. It's highly likely that the South China tiger saw the tourists, but the tourists did not see the South China tiger. If Wen Youning had not been following the direction of the source of the voice at that time, and the tiger had deliberately dropped its tail to attract her attention to pounce on her, she would not have been able to spot it with her naked eye. The South China tiger has a natural advantage in this environment. You can't eat it even if it's roasted. When Youning patted the tiger's head, you eat it yourself. This wild boar should be enough for the South China tiger to have a good meal. The tiger cub eats very well, but sometimes it stops eating as if it has fallen asleep, and then continues to eat after a while. The artificially bred South China tigers lack genetic diversity, so the tiger cubs must grow steadily for 6 months to be determined as viable. Wild South China tigers do not have this problem. The cubs are chubby. When Wen Youning pokes it, it will still make a soft whining sound while nursing. Its tender tiger call sounds like meow wow, which is quite interesting. Her face was filled with gentle smiles, and the little tiger cub was mostly dry by now, thanks to its mother's help in licking its fur so quickly. With its fluffy soft fur and a tummy that's nice and round from eating, it was very adorable. Just as she was getting into it, Wen Youning felt that some sound next to her ear had disappeared. She looked up and saw that the tiger mom, who had been eating, had stopped and was staring at her without blinking. Then, caught red-handed for poking someone else's cub. The South China tiger licked its paw, seemingly indifferent, and even stood up. The cub still maintained the action of nursing, smacking its mouth, dazed in the weeds, ow, ow. The cub with unclear consciousness could only repeat one word, Eat, eat, eat. Wen Youning, you can't eat anymore. Having a good appetite is great, but you can't keep eating constantly. Tiger cubs understand hunger and fullness. It keeps going, and the tiger mother also makes it stop. The standing South China tiger tears at another half of the wild boar, possibly because it finds it inconvenient to eat while lying down and nursing its cubs. Wen Youning rummaged through her backpack for something like a pacifier that the tiger cub could chew on, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find anything usable. The dropper tip is soft, but this material is not suitable for the tiger cub to chew on. The sky outside is gradually getting darker. Wen Youning closed the backpack and said, "I'll bring you something next time." She considered the possibility of encountering animals in the wild, but having to rush to deliver a South China tiger was indeed unexpected. The breeding season of the South China tiger is not affected by the season. They can go into heat all year round. There was nothing at all. I still have to come back again. Wen Youning stuffed some hay around the cubs, enclosing them inside. I have to go back. The South China tiger eating raised its head. I'll come back tomorrow. Wen Youning thought about what to take back. What? MHM. The South China tiger licked the bloodstains on its mouth and bit down on a piece of pork. Outside the cave. The phone has been split into two parts, one screen and one body. It no longer lights up. Things that don't glow and don't make sounds immediately lose the interest of the South China tiger. It lay there quietly watching. I'll take this. Wen Youning picked up the phone. Leaving the battery here could cause pollution. I'll bring you some other toys that can glow later. Woof. What are you talking about? What is the tiger playing with at this size? Then remember to turn back early. That's not what I mean by turning back. Wen Youning smiled helplessly, not knowing how to explain to the big tiger, only saying, I'll get it for you tomorrow. Woo. Good. The big tiger seems visibly happy. In the big tiger's perception, leaving early, returning quickly. Woof. Hurry up, hurry up. I was delayed outside for a long time. After walking a long distance, Wen Youning still felt a heavy smell of blood on her body. However, there is one good thing, which is, generally, ferocious beasts are very likely to mistake her for a tiger and would take a detour. The alcohol has run out. Relying solely on alcohol for disinfection consumes a lot. There is no way to suppress the smell. Wen Youning can only leave like this for now. The giant panda and the black bear are still staying in place. The new food that was just brought back has already been eaten, and the giant panda, feeling carefree, is lying on the tree sleeping. The giant panda opened its eyes and lay on the tree to observe as it sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Until Wen Youning walked past under the tree. The giant panda's eyes widened. Woo. Y'all. The giant panda scratched as it climbed down from the tree, sniffing around Wen Youning. Aowoo. What? The giant panda is momentarily confused. Wen Youning could almost guess what it was confused about. How did a person turn into a tiger after just a little while? Anyone would feel dazed in this situation. The bear cub hides behind its mother, and the cubs that were following their mother were just scattered by the South China tiger. Although the South China tiger was not charging at them, there was indeed a period of separation from their mother, and now a terrifying presence has appeared, so naturally they are all hiding. It's just. The eldest cub tilts its head, taking a glance at the familiar human and the strange smell. Bring your head back and think again, confirm if it's an acquaintance, then tilt your head. This action repeats back and forth. Wen Youning watched that little head flash in and out again and again. Isn't your head tired? Wen Youning did not rush over. You all go home too. I'll go wash up and come back tomorrow. Why did the talent go home just after coming back? Giant pandas and black bears are very cute, but it's been an afternoon. Isn't Teacher Wen going to explain where you went to play? Why do several bears look so confused? Teacher Wen, can you please say something? Is that blood on the clothes? It looks red. The live broadcasting equipment has a separate data card. Removing the phone SIM card does not affect the live broadcast. The diligent live broadcasting equipment also captured some flustered moments of Wen Youning. The giant panda wouldn't let me go and roared, "Ayo. Not going." It's already very late. When Youning rubbed the giant panda's head, "I will go back to get some delicious food for you. The temperature will drop at night." Without a sleeping bag and a tent, although sleeping while hugging a giant panda won't pose a risk of hypothermia and death, it is still uncomfortable to sleep on the grass at night. Woo-woo. Be good. When Youning rubbed the giant panda, picked up the 2 empty backpacks, checked each small pocket to confirm that there was nothing inside except for the wrapped poisonous mushroom, and then casually folded them and stuffed both into her own backpack. Integrate everything into one backpack for convenience. The giant panda looked at the departing figure of Wen Youning and turned to look at the black bear. There was no conversation nor any heartbeats. When Wen Youning noticed, both had followed her up. The black bear was still accompanied by her cubs. "It's late, you should head back first." Wen Youning waved to the black bear and said, "You still have the cubs with you." Woo! The black bear did not stop and continued to follow. The cubs also gradually came back to their senses from the shock of the smell. The eldest took the lead and squeezed to Wen Youning's side. "Ow." Wen Youning had no choice but to hold the cubs. "What are you discussing? You must come back when you reach the edge." "Ow." The giant panda responded straightforwardly, positioning itself before and behind Wen Youning, protecting her in the middle. Wow, having 2 bodyguards on this trip feels so safe. Teacher Wen said goodbye to the 2 bears. "It's my turn to play now." Protecting Teacher Wen is a duty. Protecting you is just guarding my food. Honestly, I was worried about encountering danger while walking in the dark, but the 2 bodyguards are really reliable. The bear bodyguards were diligent and escorted Wen Youning out of the protection zone. "All right, let's stop here." When Youning stopped at the place where she first encountered the giant panda, the outskirts were relatively safe. She returned the black bear cub to its mother and playfully patted the bear's ears. "You all should go back too." Woo! Bye-bye. When Youning waved to the fluffy one, "See you tomorrow." "Ah," the black bear cub also responded in a somewhat earnest manner. "Giant panda, ow. Tomorrow." Wen Youning stretched lazily, zipped up his jacket. It was a bit cold at night. The closer you are to the edge, the brighter the light. If it weren't for the time on the live broadcast equipment, she would have suspected that it got dark early in the reserve. It wasn't until I walked in that I realized the light source was the street lights and a row of car lights. Wen Youning. She thought that at most Zhao Zi, Fu Xia, and Fan Songkang would be left, but she didn't expect that there seemed to be even more cars than when she arrived. Teacher Wen. Zhao Zi saw Wen Youning come out in the live broadcast room and had already gotten off the car to wait outside. When she saw her coming, she ran over holding the down jacket. "Thank you." Wen Youning took off the blood-stained coat and put on the down jacket. The thick and warm clothing wrapped around her, making her feel as if she had come back to life. The reserve was damp and chilly, but once I came out, it wasn't that cold anymore. However, the air conditioning was still running in the car, so Wen Youning didn't rush to take off her down jacket. Teacher Wen. Fan Songkang, sitting in the back seat, greeted Wen Youning with a smile. "You've worked hard, Teacher Wen. You must be exhausted today. Dealing with both the black bear and the giant panda, we owe it all to you." Seeing Fan Songkang's smile made Wen Youning feel a bit uneasy. "It's nothing." Fan Songkang suddenly changed the subject and asked, "What do you think of the scenery in B City?" "Beautiful." Wen Youning took a taxi straight to the protected area after getting off the plane. She didn't go anywhere else, had no travel intentions, and wouldn't search for related information online. If asked to praise it, she wouldn't know what to say, so she could only respond vaguely and politely. Fan Songkeng, right, in fact it's not just the scenery, the benefits in our park are also particularly good. You. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Zhao Zi increasingly felt that something was off. Was this trying to poach their employee? She immediately turned her head and said, she is not changing jobs. Fu Xia was driving and cheerfully said, it's not about changing jobs, you can also come here part-time. Zhao Zi. We are here to help. It's unethical to dig a hole for someone right in front of them. Zhao Zi ruthlessly poured oil on them. You guys were saying Teacher Wen was violating the rules before. If they really ended up taking Teacher Wen out and he couldn't return, the principal and Cayenne Yu would definitely give him a mixed double attack. Fan Songkeng, who said that, is there any evidence? He shrugged and said, rules are dead but people are alive. I think that Teacher Wen in our park would never break any rules, let alone have any deductions from the year-end bonus. It's impossible for any criticism in the entire park to be taken seriously by animals or anything like that. Zhao Zi. Coming at me. Isn't that what you said was against the rules? Zhao Zi snorted and said, I was lying to you, I actually didn't report it at all. Just a superficial trick. Fan Songkeng fell silent upon hearing this. Fu Xia noticed that the two had a particularly strong sense of conflict, and she realized that Fan Songkeng genuinely wanted to bring Wen Youning over, thinking that she should also contribute to the park. I currently have no plans to change jobs. Wen Youning opened her thermos and took a sip of warm water. Her small courtyard had just begun to take shape. If she changed jobs, it would all be in vain. However, not changing jobs means she can come here to play often. She still needs to come over to greet the fluffy ones in the protected area regularly. Fan Songkeng, okay then, if Teacher Wen feels uncomfortable in the current park. Zhao Zi directly replied, then I will eliminate any people or things in the park that make Teacher Wen uncomfortable. Leave no survivors. How about getting out of the car and fighting? Fu Xia was so happy that if it weren't for the fact that she was driving and didn't dare to let go of the steering wheel, she would be clutching her stomach right now, laughing so hard it hurt. Fan Songkeng let out a cut sound and asked, Teacher Wen, are you still live streaming now? No, I turned it off as soon as I came out. Wen Youning saw the battery indicator. Inside the protected area, the trees blocked out the sun, and there wasn't much solar charging, so she left early. Fan Songkeng nodded, watching Wen Youning hesitate several times to ask about the tiger's roar, but seeing her attitude, he hesitated and did not speak up. Even until the car stopped downstairs at the hotel, Fan Songkeng was still in a dilemma. Seeing her get out of the car, Fan Songkeng said, remember to come to the park to sign tomorrow. This can be considered a summary for this temporary transfer. Wen Youning, okay. The supermarkets are almost all closed at night. Only a few convenience stores that are open 24 hours remain, and they do not have what Wen Youning needs. She can only wait until tomorrow to buy it. There are also some supplies for the young tigers that she'll have to purchase through Zhao Zi from the zoo. The official items used for raising animals always make people feel more at ease. A day's busy work. Wen Youning felt sore all over. After returning to the hotel to take a shower, she intended to go to sleep, but while changing clothes, she discovered that her shoulder was bruised from where the South China tiger's paw had stepped. This is under the condition that the South China tiger does not have the intention to harm. It is just a casual force exerted. It's not very painful, just looks quite serious. The exhausted Wen Youning couldn't be bothered to deal with it. After taking a shower, she curled up on the bed, reaching beside her and grabbing a couple of times, empty. Oh, not at home. The dried fish and the rolled-up blanket are not here. Wen Youning has gotten used to sleeping with the two of them. She closed her eyes, unconsciously rubbed against the thin quilt and soon fell asleep. The curtains in the hotel are not as good as those at home. It may also be a deliberately chosen sheer design, fitting with the overall decor of the room. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a faint light on Wen Youning's face. She subconsciously furrowed her brows as the hotel alarm clock above her head rang. Ding, ding, ding. A very simple sound of a metal block hitting. Wen Youning raised her hand to press the alarm clock, closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and after a brief nap, quickly got up and hurriedly changed clothes to wash her face. Teacher Wen, I bought the phone. Zhao Zi knocked on the door on time. Can you take a look at this one? Wen Youning grabbed a washcloth to dry her face, went over to open the door. Sure, as long as it works, I'll transfer the money for the phone to you shortly. She didn't have many demands for the phone. It didn't matter whether it was high-end or not. When dealing with animals, my phone is mostly used for messaging or taking pictures of the little animals. When Youning put the SIM card into the slot, the new phone was fully charged, and after packing up most of her things, she said, "Let's go to the zoo." Okay. The sunlight outside is just right. The morning temperature is suitable. All personnel participating in the wild giant panda rescue operation are coming to sign today. There were already quite a few borrowed personnel, and with the staff from our park leading the team, the office was completely congested. Wen Youning originally came for the park's supplies, so she wasn't in a hurry to sign and was waiting outside for Zhao Ziyi to come out. Through the thick glass, I can see the round little panda cubs inside. They're too young to be taken outside, and this area is completely sealed off to prevent any contact with tourists. The panda cubs are even rounder than the adult pandas, just sitting there like a ball. But now that little ball seems a bit unhappy. The baby panda looks puffed up and says, "Ow. Bad person. That's something from a long time ago. What do you want to do with it if you take it away?" "Hey, no, you can't come out." The zookeeper was holding 2 large bags of dry leaves, trying hard to block the panda cub that wanted to squeeze out. "Baby, you are a soft target like a little cotton candy. It's so round, ha ha ha. Seeing the little panda in the morning immediately brightens my mood. Heh, a slightly temperamental panda must be great to pet. Oh dear, ancestral spirits, why did this suddenly come to mind? The caretaker could only put down the bag in their hand and return the panda cub. The panda cub was picked up without any resistance. Let go of Jiaju. Come back, you're not allowed to take it away. That's Jiaju's. The panda cub stretches its paw towards the pile of dry leaves. The bite mark that Jiaju made is Jiaju's. It struggled hard. The baby panda's punches hurt a bit. The keeper was hit a few times while holding it and tried to tilt its head up. All right, I'll play with you after I'm done. It wants that leaf with a bite taken out of it. Wen Youning reminded the keeper through the glass. What? The keeper put the baby panda down, but as soon as it touched the ground, it ran off, leaving the keeper flustered. The park hasn't opened yet. Please have the visitors queue at the front gate, thank you. That's not a tourist. Do as she says and put that leaf with the hole back. Fan Songkeng came out from behind to remind him. The keeper was taken aback. What do you mean put it back? His strange gaze swept over Fan Songkeng. I spent a long time cleaning up the trash. Why should I put it back? Fan Songkeng said, just do it and the cub will behave. No, hey, do you think the leader is stupid? The caregiver found it hard to understand his colleague's words. I threw in the leaves, the one that's missing a piece, this one. Is it this one? The caregiver clapped his hands, picked up a leaf and threw it in, like this. After throwing it, won't it want to run out for a long time? Before the words fell, the struggling cub clung to his thigh and turned to pick up the leaves on the ground. Really not going to run outside? The zookeeper, why? It likes that leaf and has made a mark on it, which means it's its possession. Wen Youning said, hearing the panda cub's inner thoughts, I lost something for a long time. Bad guy, smash you. She immediately shouted, get away. You've thrown away its leaves and it's very angry. Huh, the zookeeper couldn't keep up with Wen Youning's sudden thoughts and wondered what being angry could do. The next moment, a fresh bamboo shoot hit him on the forehead with a thud. The zookeeper only had time to exclaim, oh no, before falling straight back. Fan Songkang was fortunate to escape behind him, reaching out to catch something and saying, how is it? Are you okay? The zookeeper was dazed from the hit, blankly holding Fan Songkang's arm and saying, I think I saw my great-grandmother. What about the ducklings? Right in the middle of the forehead, 100 dizzy, 100 dizzy. Ha ha ha, I really spoil them. Even when the panda cub throws bamboo shoots, I still find it so cute. Fortunately, the bamboo shoots aren't very big. The caretaker was just momentarily stunned. After a long time, I hit the target. I picked up my beloved leaf and twisted it as I returned to my den, looking like I wanted to hide it well on the mat in the treehouse. Caretaker. No wonder. While cleaning, he was puzzled. The top of the treehouse is sealed and there's no wind inside. How did the leaves get into the treehouse, especially those close to the inner edge? It seems very likely that it was Jiujio himself who brought them in. What good things does the giant panda in the zoo not have? Why does it like to hold such a dry leaf so much? Fortunately, it's dry leaves. If it were tender leaves hidden by the giant panda, they would rot sooner or later. The zookeeper suddenly remembered something and looked up at Wen Youning. It has acted up like this a few times before. Oh, Wen, you're the one causing a ruckus. You take something that lasts for a long time and still say it causes trouble. It's really going to cause trouble now. Wen Youning nodded slightly, indicating to the keeper that his guess was correct. There should have been quite a few leaves that it liked before this. But it seems that they must have all been cleaned up by the keeper as trash. A giant panda cub that loves collecting leaves and a cleanly-minded caregiver. The slight collisions caused by language barriers. Caregiver, I see. Fan Songkang, Mr. Wen, please come down and take stock of the supplies. Let Zhao Zi queue up there. There are many people waiting. Good. The keeper listened to the familiar title, Teacher Wen. He widened his eyes in surprise. Is she the one from the reserve yesterday? Fan Songkang nodded. You should clean up these things on the ground. It wouldn't be good for the tourists to see. What are we cleaning up? The keeper looked down in confusion, only to see Jiujiu, who had just hidden in the treehouse, now head down and legs up, making an effort to dive into a garbage bag full of leaves. The squeezed leaves fell all over the ground. For a long time, Fan Songkang was not responsible for material management, but from what he heard from Zhao Zi, Wen Youning needed it, so he helped prepare it out of some personal interest. These are what are on the list. If there's anything else you need, feel free to let me know. Fan Songkang patted the box. Inside there are insulated bags filled with ready-made milk in bottles, suitable for the black bear cubs to drink. It tastes good and is nutritionally balanced. This side is for food and this side is for supplies. Those mats and such are vacuum-packed, so they don't take up much space, but they are quite heavy to carry. Wen Youning originally just wanted to prepare a little bit of supplies to take in, looking up at the 2 floors that were taller than herself. This is too much. I won't need this much. I can just take half. She couldn't take it in by herself. Neither she nor the black bear and giant panda together with 3 little bear cubs helping could manage to take it in. Okay, you just take what you need. Fan Songkang prepared everything needed, and the specific amount was up to Wen Youning to choose. Fan Songkang helped to unpack the box above and said, I will take you there later. Wen Youning said, there's no need to trouble yourself. We can drive ourselves. What's the trouble? It's just a matter of stepping on the gas. Fan Songkang nervously rubbed his fingertips, turned around to seemingly check the production date on the box, and casually said, "By the way, I have a friend who works at the South China Tiger breeding base. He has been dealing with South China tigers for over 10 years. Wen Youning's expression was calm. Fan Songkang cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I understand your concerns. In today's era of big data, once some information is leaked, people all over the world will come after it. This is just the surface. We can't know what tricks might be played behind the scenes. It's a good thing to avoid overexposure." Wen Youning nodded. "I think so too." Fan Songkang glanced at her expression and said, "If you need any help, just let me know. If you encounter anything that can't be solved, you can always come to me. I have a moral obligation." It's just a very reliable promise, and Fan Songkang was momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, if Wen Youning can't solve the problem with her ability, who else can? Whatever, since I've already said it, at least I can help prepare some supplies. Wen Youning did not refuse, simply saying, "All right, I'll trouble you then." Fan Songkang smiled and said, "That's what I should do." The live streaming equipment left outside fell down, and only through the glass window could one see Wen Youning packing things into her backpack. Damn it, what are they chatting about so happily? Oh no, Teacher Wen has started the live stream and treats us like outsiders now. Aren't all these things going to be taken into the protected area? Teacher Wen, are you planning to build a home in there? By the way, didn't the official announcement this morning say that entry into the protected area is now prohibited? The places that were previously accessible are all closed off. Can Teacher Wen still get in? After Zhao Zi signed, Wen Youning had already packed most of the supplies. Since some items just couldn't fit in the backpack, Fan Songkang temporarily lent her his trailer to use, which could also hold the backpack on top, saving effort. "Teacher Wen, have you selected everything? Let me help you carry it." When Zhao Zi arrived, Wen Youning had already packed all the boxes. Yes, Wen Youning had just placed an order for some toys on her phone. Because it was for small animals, the hygiene and material requirements were quite high, so she always chose the most expensive brands, many of which were made from mother and baby materials, durable against chewing. Wen Youning glanced at the delivery notification on her phone, put her phone to sleep and said, "Let's go, the things I bought have arrived at the door, it's just right to go out and pick them up." "Go ahead." Zhao Zi moved forward skillfully to take over the cart from Wen Youning's hands, but Fan Songkang twisted the handle of the cart and pushed it away himself. "Zhao Zi, snatching jobs. Are you snatching jobs too?" Wen Youning sat in the car with a box of toys, opened all the packaging, and disinfected them all together. The South China Tiger likes toys that light up. Most of these toys glow when squeezed, some even have rainbow colors, and they make chirping sounds. During disinfection, these toys were thrown into the box, and they all started making noise. Along the way, Wen Youning could obviously feel that the number of cars on the road was decreasing. It might be because I arrived relatively early. There was no one in the adjacent lane. Wen Youning lined up all the sanitized toys one by one, and by the time they arrived, the smell had mostly dissipated. Fan Songkang parked the car, opened the trunk, and said, "Teacher Wen, there are too many things. It's not good to push the cart on the grass. Why don't I help you bring them in?" "It's okay, I can push it." Wen Youning got out of the car while holding the toy box. She had used tools for carrying items that were even harder to handle than this kind of cart in her previous work. This cart is nothing. She could drag it while going by water. The folding cart opened, and when Youning put the things on it, "You all go back first." Fan Songkang did not respond but said, "Let's keep in touch at any time." Zhao Zi originally came on the business trip with Wen Youning, and he did not plan to leave either. He lay comfortably in the car watching a live stream. In this life, who wouldn't say they were envious after watching? Be safe, Teacher Wen. If wild beasts start fighting, be careful when trying to break it up and don't hurt yourself. What kind of reminder is this? Shouldn't you advise to hide when encountering a fierce beast? Laughing to death, you're also keeping up with the times. There won't be a fight with teacher Wen here, you can be assured there won't be one. Wen Youning smirked, all right, got it. She pushed the cart over the muddy ground and walked in. Zhao Zi leaned against the vehicle with his arms crossed. Isn't it said that wild animals should not be fed to avoid developing habits of not hunting? Why did you prepare so much food? What's done is done. Fan Songkang's attention was focused entirely on that tiger's roar. There are regulations against interference, but the appearance of animals that have gone extinct in the wild could allow for external support to help them live a little easier. After all, the South China tiger mainly preys on ungulates and only eats fresh meat. The planning of the reserve is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Before that, the number of many animals inside has drastically decreased, and with the reduction in the prey for the South China tiger, no matter how strong their hunting ability is, there is nothing for them to catch and eat. It is not good to arbitrarily introduce animals for the South China tiger to hunt, as doing so may affect the ecosystem's biological chain. Letting Wen Youning take the meat indirectly turned out to be the simplest, most convenient method with the least impact. As I walked into the protected area, a sense of stuffiness enveloped me. Wen Youning had a small fan hanging around her neck. She adjusted the wind speed and said, I saw it when I was buying toys, and it's quite practical. Huh, the giant panda tilted its head beside the big tree. Wen Youning thought they would have to walk a bit further in, at least to the place where the giant panda was digging for poisonous mushrooms, to see the giant panda. However, to their surprise, just a few steps in, the giant panda popped its head out. Perhaps it was due to just waking up. The giant panda looked a bit dazed and wasn't quite sure of the situation. It simply responded instinctively upon hearing familiar human voices, letting the humans know where it was. Wen Youning looked at the confused giant panda and reached out to its ear. Hey. The giant panda has 2 ears and humans have 2 hands, so the giant panda's ears are for humans to grab. Wow. It really feels like this little cub has no temper and is very easy to pet. Is it really wild? It feels more gentle than the giant pandas in the park. Are you trying to pick a cub? Yeah. Why are you sleeping here? It's so dangerous near the road. Wen Youning gently rubbed the round, chubby head, gathering it together, holding the fluffy head up and massaging it. Woo-woo, the giant panda blinked and neither struggled nor bared its teeth. Mine. This is mine. Is this your territory? Wen Youning roughly estimated the territory of the giant pandas based on the places she had passed yesterday. The area of the giant panda's territory must be quite larger than the area she had walked through. Then your territory is quite large. Wen Youning opened her backpack hanging in front of her, and a bright red apple was handed to the giant panda's paw. What about the black bear? The giant panda is still not awake, and half of the apple has already gone down. Owo. Inside. People like it. Did not scare away. Is it in your territory too? Are you neighbors? Wen Youning mused as she walked in. The place where the cub fell yesterday should be the black bear's territory. If that's the case, it seems their territories aren't really far apart. The giant panda doesn't understand the concept of neighbors, chewing on an apple and responding with woo-woo, mimicking Wen Youning by placing its paws on the handle of the cart. It didn't really exert much effort, but just by resting there, Wen Youning felt much more relaxed. She moved her shoulders a bit. Yesterday she was pressed by a South China tiger, and there were bruises on her shoulder, and that was only under the condition that the South China tiger had no malicious intent. This shows just how much effort a South China tiger puts in when it gets serious or when it is hunting. Wen Youning looked at the giant panda and then at the cart in front of her. She had a good idea. What? The giant panda licked its nose, while Wen Youning sat cross-legged at the front of the small cart. leaning against several boxes of supplies. Get down, let me sit. No one sit, let the giant panda sit. Haha, if the wheels of this little cart turn when the giant panda sits on it, then I lose. Wen Youning was pushed by the giant panda for a while before realizing, where are we going? The direction they were heading seemed to be a place she hadn't stepped foot in yesterday. Woo! Go home. The sound of the giant panda is very exciting, bringing humans back to its cave. Wild giant pandas look for caves when giving birth. For a period after the cubs are born, they will nurse the cubs in the cave, which is also known as the cubs' cave period. The first requirement for their caves is concealment and thermal insulation, and they must also be able to evade predators and cope with harsh weather outside. Wen Youning took out an apple for breakfast and said while eating, "Let me show you what a wild giant panda's cave looks like." Yesterday, the giant panda fell asleep after eating bamboo, either lying on the ground or climbing up a tree to sleep. She thought this wild giant panda didn't have its own cave. The behaviors and habits of wild animals are unique, and it's impossible for hundreds of pandas to have the same personality. Different personalities have different requirements for their living environment. Is it far? When Youning finished the apple and the giant panda came around from behind the cart, ow. It stopped beside the tree trunk and started to rummage, throwing aside the surrounding weeds. Tree hole. When Youning looked at the big tree and felt that it was hollowed out inside, it would not be enough to accommodate an adult wild giant panda. A tree hole is impossible. It can't just be that it dug a hole in the ground by itself. Wen Youning was thinking that, despite her rich experience, she couldn't help but doubt whether the giant panda was finding a place to live in a different way. The next moment, the giant panda happily raised its head. Woo! It still had dirt on its nose from just having touched the ground, and it patted a mushroom, another one. Wen Youning. After digging for half a day, it turns out I was digging for mushrooms. No, Wen Youning said sternly as she confiscated the mushrooms, I have fresh bamboo here, and the flying bamboo is not as tasty as fresh bamboo. The giant panda scratched its claws and tilted its head. The inner voice particularly agreed with Wen Youning's statement. The giant panda shook its fur, went around the tree and began to scratch again. Are there mushrooms again? Fortunately, this time when Wen Youning looked again, it was a dark, gloomy cave entrance. This should be the cave of the giant panda. No wonder it eats mushrooms. The ones growing under the tree by the front door, it must often pass by when coming in and out. After seeing it so many times, it definitely comes to have a taste of it. Ow! Come on! The giant panda enthusiastically invited her in, patting the space beside it. The caves of wild giant pandas are relatively small compared to. The words came to a sudden stop, as Wen Youning had only recently visited the cave of the South China tiger. Automatically comparing the two in her mind, she changed her words without missing a beat, saying, compared to some animals' caves, the warmth is relatively better. The giant panda was inside. It would be a bit difficult for her to go in, so she sat down at the entrance, reaching out to feel the warmth coming from within. Wen Youning said, it's still quite clean here and there's no strange odor. It is a hygienic giant panda. The giant panda climbed in and saw that Wen Youning was not coming down, so it reached out its paw. Want something to eat? Wen Youning placed a piece of bamboo, peeling off the outer layer which was old, leaving only the tenderest part inside. No giant panda can resist the temptation of tender bamboo, unless there is more tender bamboo. The giant panda opened its mouth to bite the bamboo shoot, paused as if sensing something and took a bite. Ayo, ayo. Ayo. The black bear cub that had bandages on its paws ran over. It was the fastest one. Walking into the giant panda's territory, the black bear mother clearly did not have the relaxed demeanor of a mother with cubs, taking each step very cautiously behind. However, perhaps due to the interaction from yesterday, the giant panda did not show much rejection towards the black bear family. Since they are neighbors and might occasionally cross paths, the likelihood of severe fighting under circumstances without obvious conflict is quite low. Even if a fight were to occur, the black bear mother would likely choose to leave with her cubs rather than confront aggressively. Did you come specifically to find Teacher Wen? Wow, I'm in awe. Great little animals come to cuddle, using their sensitive sense of smell. Teacher Wen, you have so many fluffy ones. Even if you just give me one, I wouldn't be drooling like this. Just in time, the milk is still warm. When Youning took out the milk bottles from the thermos bag, there were as many as 6 bottles inside. Ow, the boss didn't wait for the temperature grapefruit lemon's hug and crawled onto her. The other 2 saw this and imitated, anxiously competing with each other. The second one had its paw wrapped in gauze, walking as if on flat ground, but when it crawled, it had to hook with its paw. It couldn't hook, so it bounced a couple of times and fell to the back. Ow. It was calling out in a panic. Wen Youning picked it up and placed it on her body, tapping its head with her fingertips. Sit still. Although the milk bottle didn't feel too hot to the touch, she still dripped a bit on the back of her hand for safety before feeding it to the cubs. The wild black bear cubs had never encountered a milk bottle. Upon smelling the milk, they naturally bit it and figured it out. Seeing that the cubs had all crowded around Wen Youning, the black bear mother did not approach further. Wen Youning held the milk bottle and asked, "What's wrong?" "Woo." The black bear lightly raised its head and turned to leave. "Huh. Is the child really being entrusted to Teacher Wen like this? Goodness, is that right? Animal daycare." It went hunting. Wen Youning adjusted the angle of the bottle and placed it in the cub's embrace, allowing them to hold and drink on their own. If they do not hunt for a long time, their abilities will deteriorate. The food brought by the warm pomelo and citrus can be served as a supplementary meal or snacks, but they cannot rely solely on these. She unwrapped the gauze from the second one's paw and stored it away. The wound has healed to this extent, so there is no need for further medication. Woo! The giant panda emerged from its den after finishing the bamboo, sniffing non-stop near the closest cub to it. The black bear cub felt a bit of nostalgia for the warm pomelo and citrus after not seeing them for a night, and this emotion overcame its cautious reason and fear. However, the fear of the giant panda and fierce beasts is still ingrained in its bones. For a moment, the third cub holding a milk bottle became stiff, with its eyes constantly darting upwards. "Do you want to drink this too?" When Youning scratched the neck of the giant panda, "I'll get you a bottle as well." Giant pandas in the zoo drink milk from a basin when they are young, but wild giant pandas don't have that condition, so let's give one a bottle to try something new. This milk is made from different ingredients compared to what the zoo provides for the giant pandas. It's just milk for animals. This bottle is a bit small for the giant panda. When it tilts its head, it just swallows it in one go. "Well, like. Then shall we get another bottle?" When Youning took the empty milk bottle and saw that the nipple on it was bitten and only a little bit of the edge was still attached. Seeing this, Wen Youning directly removed the nipple when opening the next bottle and gave it to them. The giant panda drank one bottle after another, exhibiting a boldness akin to drinking alcohol. The 3 black bear cubs were all dumbfounded. With eyes wide open, "Huh? Cub, it won't steal from us, right? Is it really that delicious? I'm really amazed. Is this a veterinarian's live stream or a food-eating live stream? Everything I see makes me want to take a bite. Damn it, where did my greedy stomach disappear to?" The cubs are still working hard with their milk bottles, while the giant panda has finished the last of the milk. No, eat some fruit instead." When Youning handed it a big white pear, which is known for its thin skin, thick flesh, and ample juice. Taking a bite is sweet and juicy, offering a completely different texture from an apple. Ow! I'm coming. Welcome back. Wen Youning looked up and saw Mama Black Bear running over. Huh! Isn't it faster to run with both front and back paws? How do you run? In the midst of confusion, Mama Bear approached, and Wen Youning noticed what it was holding in its front paw, a beehive. The next moment, the beehive was placed in front of her. Ow! Sweet. Sweet gives sweet to the sweet person. Where did the beehive come from? Wen Youning looked at the beehive, which seemed quite thick, and from its color, it didn't look like it was abandoned. Wait a bee. The buzzing sound came closer from a distance. Wen Youning picked up the cub drinking milk on her lap and stuffed it into the giant panda's cave. The happy giant panda eating a pear showed no signs of resistance. Instead, it helped clear away the weeds blocking its view. Wen Youning patted the giant panda and said, "You go in too." Huh! The giant panda, holding a pear in its mouth, was confused but obediently crawled in halfway. The buzzing sound made it widen its eyes. For a bear that loves sweet food, extracting honey is an essential skill for wild black bears. As a neighbor to the black bear, the giant panda's current reaction suggests that it has either learned to dig for honey like the black bear, or has seen the black bear being chased by bees while extracting honey from the hive. Once the bees arrive, the giant panda's speed in getting inside increases significantly. What the heck? Okay, Teacher Wen, can we communicate? Can Teacher Wen talk to the bees, please? Looking at Teacher Wen's expression, it seems the bee should refuse to communicate. Wen Youning dropped her backpack and ran with the black bear. The giant panda was almost about to crawl in when it noticed Wen Youning leaving. Without hesitation, it backed out, even dropping the pear it was holding in its mouth without reacting, and it blocked the entrance with a rock before chasing after her. Ow! The bee is relentlessly pursuing from behind. The giant panda unconsciously walks alongside Wen Youning. With the speed of the black bear and the giant panda, the two of them can easily leave Wen Youning behind when they start running. However, they seem to intentionally keep pace with Wen Youning, not only refraining from overtaking, but also deliberately controlling their speed as they approach, striving to run parallel with Wen Youning. So it turned into Wen Youning having a black bear on her left and a giant panda on her right, squeezed in between them. If we set aside the tension of being chased by bees, running is quite exhilarating. The bear special forces are on the move. Does Teacher Wen really not plan to ride? Any horse would be faster than the current one. Pick a flower and stick it on your head, then squat down by the roadside and pretend to be a plant. Wen Youning sprinted all the way, heading straight for the river in front of her. But without a climbing stick, I couldn't test for dangerous creatures in the water, so I shouted directly, "Jump!" Splash! Splash! The giant panda and the black bear jumped down together like dumplings. Wen Youning jumped down in the middle of the two, holding her breath and diving to the bottom. For a moment, only the ripples that had just been stirred remained on the water surface. Terribly quiet. A swarm of bees flew over and hovered above the water surface. Bees can't swim, nor can they let their wings get wet. After a brief moment of peace, both the panda and the black bear did not show themselves. Instead, a series of bubbles appeared nearby, and the crocodile quickly came ashore after poking its head out. The hurried appearance made it seem like something was chasing after them. The tense atmosphere was broken by the appearance of the crocodile. Help! I almost dropped my phone on my face from laughing. Crocodile food delivery at home. No, people brought bears to raid. Waking up and seeing a person, the crocodile. Is this a dream? Noticing the giant panda and black bear next to it, the crocodile. Why is this not a dream? The bee cannot sting through the crocodile's skin. Despite this, the crocodile was immediately surrounded by bees. The crocodile was irritated and kept swishing its tail. Are you blind? Are you blind? It's one thing for the color to be different, but the numbers are different too. Why are you surrounding me? The crocodile is annoyed to no end. After nearly falling victim to bee stings a few times, it burrowed back into the water, specifically avoiding humans with bears. Did I pull you, then come down? I hate humans who have no sense of boundaries. The crocodile swims away while grumbling. The crocodile won't come back until the people and bear leave its water. The shadow of the crocodile flashed across the water's surface. The live streaming equipment captured it perfectly. Good deeds bring good rewards, while crocodiles give bear hugs. Sounds very heartwarming. Is it a passionate friendship anime? Running fast is an athletic show, while running slowly is a food show. The bee circled above for a while before leaving. Wen Youning held onto the edge of the shore, tentatively poking her head out and taking a deep breath. That was close. Even experienced black bears who collect honey often get stung by bees, and sometimes aerial shots capture wild black bears with swollen faces. That was caused by being surrounded by bees while fetching honey. Wen Youning's clothes were drenched. As she raised her hand, the sleeves hung down, and water trickled from within, which she casually grabbed a handful of. Luckily it was daytime. If I jumped in at night and came back up, I would have been frozen and hypothermic. The giant panda shook its fur. Although it had soaked in the same water for the same amount of time as Wen Youning with a shake, its fur was mostly dry. Without particularly serious layering and soaking the brush, the inner layer of hair does not get wet. The same goes for black bear. Wen Youning twisted her clothes twice and announced her abandonment. Let's go back and change clothes first. She had spare clothes with her, originally thinking of changing into them when she went to look for the South China tiger, so as not to leave too much scent of giant pandas and black bears on herself, to avoid stressing the tiger. She didn't expect to use them for this instead. Returning to the giant panda's cave. The beehive left at the door has disappeared. Wen Youning was momentarily stunned. Bees probably wouldn't take the beehive that fell to the ground back, right? Just as I was thinking, the giant panda had already moved the stones at the entrance. Roar. Inside, 3 black bear cubs were huddled together, eating honeycomb with large white pears. You could say it was very pleasant. There's another pear here. When Youning patted the giant panda, gave it a new pear, and then turned around to shove one into the black bear's arms. Here, this is yours. She patted her backpack. There's still a lot here. Finish eating and come take it yourself. Wen Youning took the backpack containing medication and clothes, avoiding the live streaming equipment, and hid in the forest to change. Fortunately, it's fresh water, so the wet clothes do not need to be washed again. If it were seawater, the clothes would have white salt on them after drying if they weren't rinsed in fresh water. Finally, put on the boots and tuck the pant legs into them. Leave the clothes here. It should be fine to use them before leaving tonight, but the shoes will have to be taken back wet. Cool, I like this outfit. I'll buy a matching set to wear next time I go on an outdoor adventure. Teacher Wen, would you like to try a bite of the honeycomb? It's pure, natural, unpolluted, and additive-free wild honey. The beehive is left for the bears to eat. Even after picking through the whole hive, there isn't much left. Wen Youning simply changed her clothes and went directly to the South China tiger area, leaving behind fruits, bamboo, and bamboo shoots, and intentionally setting aside some meat. You guys eat here and I'll leave this for you to play with. When Youning fixed the live broadcast equipment, next, the giant panda anchor and the black bear assistant will take control of the live stream. Bullet screen. You are going to leave us again. Although I really like these fluffy ones, I'm really more curious about what Teacher Wen is going to do. Want to know? When Youning smiled slightly, placed the backpack on the cart and said, if there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you. Right now, we definitely can't reveal anything to the bullet comments. The South China tiger cubs have just been born, and the risk is too high after the news leak. See you in a moment." Wen Youning waved to the live broadcast room and said, "No connection today. You can private message for emergencies. I'll reply on my phone." The giant panda was eating a pear with one paw and an apple with the other, enjoying each bite, while its gaze remained fixed on Wen Youning as she stood up. Since Wen Youning often walked back and forth before, the giant panda didn't find anything unusual and continued eating its own food. "You all should get along well. Don't fight." Before leaving, Wen Youning reminded them again, pushing the cart which was already moving slowly, rambling on a bit, and when she turned back, she saw the giant panda sharing something it held in its paw with the black bear. It is a very friendly giant panda. In the next moment, Wen Youning stared intently at what the giant panda held in its hands, no sharing toxic mushrooms with the black bear. Before the giant panda could deliver the mushroom, it was caught red-handed by humans on the spot. "Ayawu. Got it." The giant panda regretfully took back the magical mushroom that had no flavor but was interesting to eat. Wen Youning let go of the cart, turned back to confiscate the mushroom, and stuffed it into her backpack. The backpack belongs to her, and everything stuffed into the backpack is, in the giant panda's perception, her belongings. The giant panda won't snatch from her. Even if it discovers mushrooms while rummaging through other things, it won't eat them. While Teacher Wen is not home, secretly feeding the black bear poisonous mushrooms amazes everyone. In Teacher Wen's live broadcast room, the giant panda is so lively. Ah, it's evolved now. There's no Teacher Wen in Teacher Wen's live stream. Wen Youning slowly pushed the cart. "Is there a tiger? Is there a tiger?" "Hello, hi, good morning, good afternoon." "The tiger is not here." "Not here, then I guess I'll take back the glowing toy ball." Roar! At the same time the sound fell, the South China tiger jumped down from the tree. The tiger's. "Yes, it's yours." When Youning handed the cart to it, change direction and pull it over with the rope. South China tiger. HMPH, the tiger isn't that arrogant. You can't be unable to pull right. When Youning's eyes flashed with a playful glint, the giant panda can pull at you. The words that follow are not finished. The South China tiger growls, biting the rope in defiance. Who says the tiger can't pull it? The tiger can pull it easily. Provocation tactics proven to be effective. The South China tiger initially bit and dragged it away, but later, as the roller became clogged with weeds and could not turn, it almost slid across the grass by the tiger's strength. The speed got faster and faster. Until, be careful. Bang! When Youning couldn't stop in time, the South China tiger leaped aside, and the uncontrolled cart crashed straight into the stone wall. The items in the cart instantly scattered like snowflakes. The toy box at the top flies the highest, and to dissipate the odor, it was intentionally left slightly open. With such a bump, the balls inside are knocked out and fly into the air, shining in the dim environment. Witnessing this scene, the South China tiger's mouth slightly opened and showed an increasing tendency to open wider. Ayawu, it raised its head and howled loudly, leaping up excitedly to grab the ball. It seems like it really likes it. Roar! A South China tiger's impatient low growl echoed in the cave, seemingly a grumpy warning to keep quiet. The South China tiger carefully landed after grabbing the ball, with its ears pinned back against its head. But after a while, the sister in the cave didn't jump out to hit herself, and the South China tiger's ears perked up again. So fun, so fun. Hee, I really like it. The South China tiger rolled over in a pile of glowing balls, rubbing and rolling around. It's like coming to paradise. Wen Youning went over to pick up the remaining supplies and climbed up to send them first. Once you're done playing, help me bring up the other backpack. What? Good. The South China tiger is very happy. Its heart is also joyful and jubilant. Wen Youning smiled and shook her head. She probably didn't even hear what she had just said. Climbing with a heavy load is a bit slow, mainly because I'm worried that things in my backpack will fall out. To fit in more, she didn't pull the zipper tight. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to climb back down just to retrieve a little bit of stuff. She cautiously came up and said outside the cave, "I'm coming in." Ahem. The South China tiger responded softly. Compared to the lively brother outside, the sister seemed much more calm and reliable. Wen Youning smiled and asked, "How is the tiger cub's condition today?" After all, the tiger cub choked on amniotic fluid when it was just born. Extra care is needed during the first 3 days. Whoa! Very good. Is it really good? That's great. Wen Youning took off her backpack and said, "I brought some things to help you decorate the cave. Besides the blanket, the most important thing is to replace the weeds underneath." Wen Youning took out the rolled-up mat, which had been vacuum compressed into a thin slice. When unwrapped, it would slowly expand by itself. Set it aside and wait for it to slowly expand. Wen Youning gathered all the weeds on the ground together. Only blood remained in the place where the South China tiger had eaten the wild boar, and the bones and leftover meat should have all been cleared away. The ruler of the forest does not need to be so cautious, especially when multiple South China tigers are together. There is no need to worry about whether the smell of blood will attract predators. They themselves are at the top of the food chain in the reserve. To ensure cleanliness, Wen Youning also cleaned up the blood on the ground. After cleaning up, a few mats were pieced together, barely covering the ground of the cave. Wen Youning patted the mat and said, "Come on, lie down and give it a try. These are all in pieces. If you want to move to a different spot later, you can dismantle it and carry it away." She considered when selecting the mat that the South China tigers would move their cubs after 10 days. I don't know if today's South China tigers still have this habit, but to be safe, Wen Youning prepared for both scenarios. All the hay was stuffed into the corners of the mat where it couldn't be filled. As soon as you walk into the cave, the ground you step on with your paws is all soft. The South China tiger picked up the cub and brought it over, the empty-mouthed cub making soft whimpering sounds, its delicate cries accompanied by its pink little paws flailing about. Looking so cute and playful, it seemed annoyed for not getting any milk. After getting annoyed, it became even fluffier. The South China tiger lay down on the mat, and the cub closed its eyes, following the scent to find its milk. Wen Youning's eyes bend with a smile. "Do you like it?" "Whoa. Ahem. Very good." Compared to the dry weeds, the obviously softer mat is far superior. "You lie down first and I'll take this garbage out." Wen Youning brought a garbage bag, but even this garbage is the protected area's waste, which needs to be taken outside to decompose naturally. The garbage bag must be taken away by oneself. When coming out, I caught a glimpse of the South China tiger lying not far from the cave entrance. Wen Youning stepped forward. "How did you get up here? Weren't you playing ball down there?" In the next moment, Wen Youning saw the toys arranged in a row in front of the South China tiger, which no longer lit up. She slowly narrowed her eyes, looking at the battered toy balls. What happened to these balls? "Woo. I don't know. It's not a tiger, has nothing to do with tigers. Tigers are innocent. This is what it looks like when the tiger comes out. They might find it boring, so they split apart by themselves. The tiger knows nothing at all. The South China tiger has an innocent look on its face. Hee, this is really fun." "Yeah." She crossed her arms and said, "So it was you." Roar. Damn it, how did people find out? There was no thought in my mind that it was the tiger that caused the damage. Apart from you, it's just me and your sister. Could it be that nephew of yours with his eyes closed all this time? The roar of the South China tiger gradually weakened. "Well, it's not impossible. Hey y'all. It's obvious. It was done by it." Wen Youning helplessly said, "Well, it seems that no matter how good and strong the material of the toy is for humans, it's still targeted at humans. Playing with a tiger, it gets broken too easily. Fortunately, the toy manufacturers have also considered the issue of children biting through toys. The lights inside the toys are safe. Buzz. In the quiet, dense forest, the buzzing sound of the phone made the South China tiger twitch its ears. The phone hadn't been taken out yet, but the South China tiger's big head had already leaned over. "Well, new one. You broke that one from yesterday." Wen Youning nudged the big tiger's head and looked at the emergency notification in the live broadcast room to answer the call. The live broadcast equipment captures the giant panda and the black bear over there, and the live broadcast room also displays the giant panda. The phone can only observe the live broadcast room and cannot capture the scene on her side. The live broadcast screen is split in half, with one half showing a giant panda and the other half showing fans applying to join the call. Wen Youning put on her headphones, looked at the screen on the other side of the call and asked, "Hello, what is the problem with your pet?" The man glanced at the live broadcast screen but didn't see Wen Youning, but the situation was urgent, so he didn't care about finding her. He spoke up and said, "My dog walks all wobbly. The doctor diagnosed it as possibly a neurological damage affecting the limbs and said it needs brain surgery. I'm a bit worried and want to ask if there are any other ways to treat this conservatively." Craniotomy. Are we only talking about nerve damage? No specific reasons. Wen Youning furrowed her brows slowly. I want to say, regardless of whether a neurogenic disease is diagnosed or not, I do not recommend you to undergo this surgery. A craniotomy is a very major surgery, whether for humans or animals. Wen Youning clicked on the live streaming fans account, ID Justice Villain, to make a note. The Justice Villain shook his head. He didn't say, "The doctor said that if I decide to treat it, I should contact them again to bring someone from a higher level to perform the surgery." Wen Youning, when it comes to humans, some municipal third-class hospitals don't even dare to perform craniotomies. They will require transfer to another hospital for a diagnosis. Doing it for a dog at a pet hospital, the risk factor is too high. Moreover, it seems like pet hospitals are only half transparent, as if they are trying to make a profit. "Then Teacher Wen, can you do it?" the righteous villain said. "I can pay the surgical room usage fee at the animal hospital." At first, he didn't agree because he felt it was not very reliable, but finding a trustworthy pet hospital is too difficult. After visiting several hospitals, this one said they could perform the surgery. Even so, he still felt uneasy and simply came over to seek help. "I'll take a look at the dog first." Wen Youning raised her hand to block the South China tiger that was quietly trying to steal her phone, closed the microphone, and raised her index finger saying, "SHH, don't cause trouble." "Ow!" The South China tiger wagged its tail. Wen Youning took out a toy ball from her backpack. This one doesn't light up, but you can stuff dried meat or vegetable pieces into it. She got it from the park, so it wasn't mixed with the other toys she bought, escaping disaster. She stuffed in some freeze-dried food, barely filling it up, and poured the remainder in the bottle into the South China tiger's mouth. Roar! The South China tiger opened its mouth to roar, but after a bite of freeze-dried food, it instinctively closed its mouth and chewed. "Huh, that's strange. Chewing it a bit more delicious." "Go play." Wen Youning threw down the ball filled with freeze-dried food, and the South China tiger jumped down to chase it. Wen Youning knocked on the headphones and said, "It may not really be that problem. Is the dog at home?" "Yes, it's sleeping in the cage." The righteous villain changed rooms and was pushing the snoring dog. He opened the dog cage, and a small French bulldog that could barely reach the human's knee stood up and wobbled out, its front paws stepping out of the cage, but it stumbled as its hind legs followed, its lower body almost lying on the ground. The bulldog's paws moved swish-swish as it slid its body toward its owner. The righteous villain looked at his beloved dog with deep sorrow. "You see, Teacher Wen, Nguyen always comes out of the cage like this." The cage is too high. Wen Youning said, looking at the height of the cage from the ground, just put something slightly lower in front of the cage. Anything will do. The righteous villain was feeling sad, but Wen Youning's straightforward remark made him pause. So after it falls, if it can't stand up on its hind legs and can only crawl, is it also because of the fall? Wen Youning's no. The justice villain lowered his gaze, so it's still because of being sick. Because the floor is too slippery, it can't get up, and it's anxious to get to its master, so it moves wherever it can. Goodness, that's very hard work. If the front paws were also tied up, would it use its face to break free? So is it really the nerve damage that the veterinarian mentioned? Wen Youning said, as it stands, there seems to be no problem at all. How could this happen? Teacher Wen, please wait a moment, I'll go get the medical records. After saying that, he hurriedly left the frame. Don't, Wen Ik was interrupted, and the person was already gone. In the live broadcast, the righteous villain started flipping through a stack of inspection reports, saying, this one, and this one. I went to several pet hospitals, and apart from a few authoritative ones in the industry that I just got in line for, the diagnostic reports are all here. Teacher Wen, take a look. These are all